Well, hello. Hello, Zenny. Hello, Nordnun. It's quite an occasion today. New DLC for Rogue Trader. Dedicated to Trazen. The Infinite. Yes, the Museion is infinite. So yes, it's been quite some time. Actually, I'm curious, how much time passed since the last DLC? Oh, it was last year, basically. Last year passed. It's the last DLC. Damn. You managed to close the store in less than 3 minutes. Yes, an experienced veteran worker. Okay. I haven't. Oh God, I got a little bit scared for a moment that no saves loaded. Apparently you can start DLC in Act 4? Is this an Act 4? I hope so, let's check. I think that's basically right after I completed this, the last DLC. A lot of people on Reddit have been saying the new companion is like orthodox and inspired by some Russian myth. He does have a kind of a, his chonkiness does remind me of this kind of caricature of a Russian priest. The one that is corrupt, wealthy. But I assume this is not the type of character we're going to interact with. I just got an achievement that says you discovered... What? What was that achievement? I discovered the identity of the Watcher of Lethus. I don't know. Is it from the last DLC? Huh. Okay, you can enable install this in your current playstore by opening. Okay, alright. You're turning it on. Once you activate it, you cannot disable. Oh, what happened? Why something is loading? The concerning bit is that apparently you can initiate DLC in Act 2, but the main questline starts in Act 4. So hopefully I can just start in Act 4, Alright, I need to remember all the controls. And there's apparently a new sector or something, like Bionica or something, I've seen people mention. How do I... Wait, how do I navigate the map? Oh, okay. For some reason WSD didn't work at first. Voidware. Okay. I think Voidware is dead at this point, but I still have a quest related to this guy. Let's just move. Also, I can chart new routes from here. Huh? So how do I make pass safer? I don't remember. Oh, okay, I can do this. All right. Oh, okay, that's the one. That's I think we're immediately getting the DLC triggered. Good to know. I hope you missed my voice acting. Your Lordship, I beg your pardon, but this cannot wait. Dry Master Zira Talar entreats you to visit the Sector Bionica at your earliest convenience. The ancient archaeotech, the sacred Implantian throne, is at risk of being lost forever. That's not the voice I think I gave him before, but whatever. The relic is unique and as old as the ship itself. It was damaged during the traitor Whitebeard's mutiny. Despite attack priest's ceaseless prayers, its machine spirits continue to fade. It may soon be irretrievably lost. Yes, I shall descend to the Sector Bionica immediately. I hope there will be more voiced lines in this DLC. I really hope so. And not just like... I think all the DLC so far we got is that... I mean, just like in the main game, it's only the voice lines in the not the battle barge, that's Space Marine 2. The ship, right? I forgot what our ship is called. Is Rogue Trader's ship can be called the battle barge? I don't know. I'm not sure. But yes, I think all the lines so far were voiced only on the ship. Hope all you want. The High Factotum sighs in relief. I humbly await your arrival. Okay, we're getting immediately teleported there. So I got spoiled a little bit that it's, again, this DLC is sort of about how Theodora just, you know, cooked in the past. And now we need to deal with that, you know, the consequences of her cooking. Kind of similar how it was done in the previous DLC, right? So yeah, I'm curious what he was up to. Okay, right with the cutscene, we begin. Oh, are we getting the new companion? Or... No, I don't see him here. Yes, I also support her. Who is this guy or person? That's a new character, I think? The implantation throne is majestic in its antiquity. The metal bench, surrounded by countless injectors, manipulators, and wood screens, leaves no doubt as to its purpose. The very nature of this machine is designed to transform living bodies by fusing them with blessed iron. Even to the naked eye, it is clear that the machine is ailing, grievously so. The manipulator's segmented tubes hang limply, bleeding unguent, while the dust illumines are only dimly illuminated. As the tech priests try to revive the relic, each swing of their sensor is like a pendulum ticking down the moments until the throne's untimely demise. Is it a Golden Throne reference? Anyway. Your Lordship, thank you for gracing this Sector Bionica with your presence. You are already acquainted with the Drive Master Zira Talar. It is she who's been tending to the ancient relic. She's here to convey the wretchedness of our present position. The tech priest slowly extends her mechadendrites, my favorite word, twisting them in an intricate gesture of greeting. So not even a portrait for this character.
Lord Captain, the blessed machine spirit that dwells within the throne is fading. I and many grieving tech priests have been performing unending sacraments of tech healing and prayers of operational benediction on this shrine. But even our devotions are merely staving off the inevitable. This throne is a creation of the Omnissiah made centuries ago. Even before the unholy desecration of the relic, we were barely able to propitiate its ancient machine spirit to perform sacred augmentation procedures. Many litanies and operating protocols did not survive through the ages. Now, with the demise of the keepers of the implantation throne during the mutiny,
Mutiny? What mutiny?
they have been lost forever. The sacred machine must be saved at all costs.
Thank you for the message, Mono. And reminding that I need to mute Telegram. What makes this machine so important?
It is unique, one of a kind.
The tech priest's optical augments flash, and surprising fervor creeps into her voice.
In the Lodge's annals of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the throne is identified as a shrine capable of autonomous augmentation rituals. Its loss is unacceptable, and any condoning of it is sacrilege.
In addition, only the rogue trader or persons authorized by the rogue trader may use it. It is an invaluable investment in your longevity and bodily integrity. Oh, is it how you do the whole like rejuvenation procedure that makes people live for like? What is the limit actually? I don't know the limit of the rejuvenation tech that Imperium has. Is it like hundreds of years, or you can live up to like thousands? Dante is about 1,000 years old, right? But he is also a space marine.
How are the relics damaged?
The High Factotum clears his throat and grimaces.
During the uprising instigated by the rebellious Master of Whispers.
I don't remember who Master of Whispers is. Is it Voidfire? Wait, I think that was Voidfire, right?
The sector of Bionica was besieged. Oh, the janitors and medici officers heroically defended the throne, but eventually the rebels broke through. Most of the defenders fell in the battle, and many machines were lost or damaged. Many were able to be restored, but the throne was particularly badly damaged. And what sacraments can the throne perform?
The shrine is capable of autonomously healing flesh and blessing it with augmentations under the supervision of a knowledgeable generator. Complex procedures can be performed with unimaginable speed and precision, and stimulants administered in the required proportions and combinations. It is a true miracle of the Omnissiah.
And, how do we save this room?
Only a servant of the machine god endowed with the high rank of janitor extremis, versed in all the necessary rituals, and learned in the mystical currents of the motive force, can perform the reparative sacraments and reanimate this mechanism. The only place where one might find such a servant is on the cloistered station of Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
To the best of my knowledge, The cloister Mistress Tala is referring to is located in the Furimbus system. Its denizens are not well disposed to communicating with a lady, but I am willing to leverage every diplomatic connection I possess to gain an audience with the station's clergy. Well, Danrook, I will rely on your connections.
The Drive Master's Vox Grill emits Binaric Area of Thanks. The High Factotum adjusts his monocle with a satisfied look.
I thank you for your favor, your lordship. Before you depart to the Sector Bionica, I would also like to present to you Janitor Majoris Ferens and Vivisector Jays Martinex. They are currently performing an urgent procedure and therefore are unable to attend inspection in person, but I am certain they will receive the Rogue Trader's visit as a great honor, if you will follow me.
I like the ambient shader of this one. The smell of medical supplies and weak cries of pain fill the cold air. Two figures stand over an operating table. The patient lying upon it is bound in place, and his head is soaked in blood. A woman in uniform is desperately trying to force her way to the table. This feels very relatable considering just not yesterday. On Thursday, I visited the dentist. Very similar experience. Is there another Schwartz?
Please, help my son, in the name of the Golden Throne. I know you can. Gnotic has endured so much.
Gnotic? That's a charming name. The lined face of the middle deck veteran is contorted with grief. Every word she speaks comes out in a long moan. Oh, that's the guy. Okay, yeah, I remember seeing his portrait. It's his face and his haircut, I think. The facial expression too, but he does kind of carry an aura of Gortash to me, you know. He does make me think of Gortash. A little bit. Slightly. Vivisector Martinex.
Your lordship.
The medical officer dressed in a protective attire briefly looks away from the table to welcome you with a solemn address.
Vivisector Jays Martinex at your service. The Rogue Trader's visit is a momentous event for the Sector Bionica. Will you grant us the honor of observing the operation?
Oh, and that's the second one. Yes. Oh, I really like this tech priest portrait. The tentacles, I think. No, that's not the tentacles, right? You would call it... That's just like cables. Or some pipes, whatever. But they look very nice. Janitor Ference. The hunched tech priest is on the opposite side of the table, erupts in a furious binaric trill as he struggles to immobilize a thrashing and moaning patient. After a time, he likewise turns his metal-plated face to you.
The life form Janitor Majoris Ferens welcomes Lord Captain Tavon Voluntius. I second my colleagues' statement.
Let's examine the patient. The man chained to the bed is missing the top part of his skull. The moist pink contents glisten in the lumen light. Patient is conscious. His eyes are open and his parched lips are constantly moving as he mumbles. The man's terrified gaze meets yours and he falls silent. I wonder if he has any interactions with Hendrix, since Hendrix had the vivisection. I have no hopes for getting any kind of extensive characterization from our companions, you know. Yeah, considering how they were treated in the previous DLCs, yeah, I would be happy to see like a few lines from them, but that's about it.
How curious. It seems the Rogue Trader's presence is indeed influencing the patient's state of mind.
Martinax looks back at you with interest.
Whether it is a manifestation of devout faith in his anointed, or a bizarre form of her delusion, it can only be to our benefit. Whatever you're doing, your lordship, please continue.
Smile at the patient. Oh, sorry. I can't. I think the first one would fit tough a lot.
I have heard that a good story can dull the pain. Would you like me to tell you about my adventures? On one occasion...
The man in the bed stares back at you through glassy eyes. His arms held tightly to the bed by straps shudder, his face contorting in a grimace.
But that was all before I became a rogue trader.
The grimace fixed on the wounded man's pale face makes it impossible to tell how much attention he is paying to your story. It is not clear if he understands anything you are saying, but you do not hear any more moans. You do not need to finish the tale. A moment later, the two people leaning over the patient simultaneously raise their instruments, and in a colorless voice, the tech priest proclaims,
Registering the complete stabilization of the life form's condition. Internal cortical damage has been treated. Requesting closure of the calotte and transfer of the victim to B-class stimulants. He will leave, but the stimulants will replace that part of his brain. If we implant a sacred cortical augment in his skull, it will restore his lost ability to sing and act, Lord Captain. Please, your subject has a genuine need for this augmentation. This constitutes a violation of the sacred directives. The value of an individual life form is incomparably less than the value of the sacred technology required. Augmetics of the specified class are rare and are restricted to senior officers. Thus dictate the regulations of the sector Bionica.
Who is this man?
An expendable life form to be utilized in void battles. One of thousands. He's a soldier from the Wardsman combat unit, devout to a servant of the Emperor. Lord Captain, this young man has been fighting with his life, even through horrendous pain. If you allow the augmentation to be installed, his perseverance will become an example to others to emulate.
My only son is serving in a wood unit. I was the one who told him to go there. My poor Nordic.
rasps the woman from behind the medic officers.
How was he injured?
In the last war battle, Captain, where he barely survived his injuries. He has suffered a few healing attempts from Charlotte under the lower decks, and endured a long road to come here. However, no weapon can destroy the devotion and fortitude of a true servant of the God Emperor.
The void battle, you say? I can feel for this guy, considering how much I hate void battles in this game.
And what are your respective proposals? I understand that my opinion may strike you as strange, but the mere fact that this poor soul has found his way to the Sector Bionica might itself be regarded as a blessing. Yet, hear me out. The installation of a cortical augmentation will restore the patient to health, serving as an example for the rest of us through his heroism. This will inspire the people and strengthen their faith in the Lord Captain, and let them know that the rogue trader and mercy will not abandon them in their hour of need.
The life form on the operating table is easily replaceable and does not possess any substantial functional value. Therefore, installation of the implant would be devoid of sense. Proposing the replacement of lost function by means of Class B powder stimulants. The life form will have limited viability and will be gifted an optimal termination period with partial functionality.
Optimal termination period. The medical officer and the tech priest exchange glances. Well, I think in general Tav does not give a shit about this guy. The only thing that kind of makes him care in this instance is the void battles, you know, and the fact that this guy suffered as a result of a void battle. I think that's one thing that tips the scales a little bit and makes him show mercy. That's my thinking here.
Feed the augment.
We will hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Martinax offers you a graceful bow.
I will see to the implementation at once, and the esteemed servant of the Omnisire will assist me in this procedure.
The janitor of Majori's response in binary carries a distinct tone of displeasure. Ignoring his colleague's reaction, the vivisector begins inserting thin augmentation spikes into the patient's brain with uncanny precision. Before long, the iron plate of the cortical implant replaces the damaged bone with a resounding crunch. In the silence, you hear the soft sobs of a woman. Notek's mother is weeping helplessly, furiously wiping her eyes with her hand, but now a smile of relief lights up her face.
Thank you, your lordship. I will remember your intercession for the rest of my life and pray for your good fortune.
Oh, there are more people there. I kind of like the infrastructure.
In this tapestry of a world,
All right.
I am the rogue thread.
Oh no, they're all leveled up. No, no, I don't want to go in the level up menu. I won't do it, not now. Oh god. Yeah, I just don't remember anything. Almost a year passed since my last time in this game.
Choose your own path.
Screens of ancient mechanisms are as empty and dark as a dead man's eye socket. God, the amount of geometry getting in the cameras was kind of annoying. And I don't even have its what is it called, toolbox enabled, I think. So this is just a default camera. Oh, okay, that's how we leave. Yeah, imagine it will take some time before we get to Trazin. Assume now we'll be on our way to acquire this new companion to fix the throne, and then only then we'll get to the museum stuff. This is where we need to go, right? Yes, Furibunda system. It's a long way to go. Ugh. As long as it is not a combat encounter, I think it should be fine. Why is it orange? Huh? Weird.
Your worship, we have contacted Alter Templum, Calix's X-17. In accordance with your orders, the astrobatic choir has sent a message to the station about the plight of the implantation throne. Alter Templum responded to our overture very promptly, which in itself is extremely remarkable for a cloistered servant of the Omnissiah. The Adeptus Mechanicus reported they are most aggrieved by the misfortune that has fallen the ancient relic, and they are prepared to dispatch to the flagship a learned man versed in the restoration architect machines. His name is Egan Febris, and he is ready not only to specialize in the dynasty, but also to teach the ship's engines all the necessary rituals. In return, the Crimson Priests ask only that you visit the station and inform them of the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from the Riker Minoris.
Is it the thing that the reactor, is it like the facility at the end of the first act that explodes or something?
Very well. I will adjust my plans to include a visit to the tech prince of the Altar Templum. I will relate that you have agreed to visit the station.
The Vox transmission ends with a click.
We have entered the station's orbit. Lord Captain, awaiting a signal from Alter Templum Calixis X-17.
For a few seconds, the vox frequency carries only trepidatious silence, which is soon broken by a rattling voice.
We offer up our thanks to the Omnissiah for the intersection of events with a margin of error within the confidence interval. In the infinite branches of the future, this outcome will be marked as favorable. I am Tetrialemma, Logis of Alter Templum Calixis X-17, and I appeal to the rogue trader for secret knowledge. What is the fate of the miraculous fusion reactor from Rikard Minoris?
Why the sudden interest in the fusion reactor?
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Acquisition of knowledge of the blessed architect corrects a priori probability and increases the accuracy of predicting gracious events.
The tech priest emits a long, vibrating binaric tech litany, causing the vox transmitter to rattle.
Well, I mean, the reactor remains on Rikard Minoris, yeah.
Negative deviation from the optimal outcome has been registered. The cumulative completeness of knowledge has been reduced. The Omnissiah mourns this loss.
It is difficult to catch any intonation in Tetrialemma's solemn voice, but the binaric exclamation that follows seems genuinely sorrowful. Oh, faction reputation. Remember this? System?
Gratitude for the expansion of our knowledge of archaeotech. The tech clergy of Alter Templum Calixis X-17 is prepared to perform great binaric rites of the machine spirit of your vessel. Genitor Extremis Egan Fibris, a manipulus who has received the malediction of the motive force, will be sent to Barak Yoshib immediately. Omnissiah's blessing.
Your Lordship, if I may be so bold as to point out that this learned man possesses a rare combination of skills and is almost certainly proficient in the creation of blessed augments. This is a true boon for the flagship and you personally.
Oh my god, Abelard. Oh my god, I missed this boomer. Abelard lets a discontented grumble.
All the more peculiar, then, that Adeptus Mechanicus would so readily hand over one of their invaluable brethren to us. It is unlikely that such generosity is motivated solely by magnanimity.
Registering the launch of a cargo shuttle on a course for our ship.
Oh my god, the cutscene. Wow. The camera movement. Look at this! Look at the effects. Damn. Wow. The budget increase, yeah, you can feel it. Guess his work is done. Damn, alright. Raising his hand, the tech priest snaps his hand closed and the sparks of the motive force vanish, almost as if he has caught them in his fist. A corpulent man with a metal abdomen and a bulky carpet. He hovers above the deck like a large crimson beetle. Oh, Beatles mentioned. A mature face sits beneath an angular black cap. For a servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus, his visage retains a surprising proportion of organic material, and it is set in a dense beard of cables and pistons. Came or a farm left.
A wise man once said that a machine's spirit cannot be looked upon, and he was right. For the Omnissiah in his infinite wisdom has concealed his creation even from the gaze of his most devoted servants. But can the believer come to know the nature of a machine only through an eye of organics or steel? No. For the vapor that brings forth the scent of sacred unguents is the spirit's breath.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it.
The rumbling of joints and rods is the beating of its heart, and the motive force is the current of its blood.
Okay, there's basically no processing in his voice. Interesting. He sounds like an old man. Oh, the episode is not dropped yet? Interesting. His unaugmented eye closes and his mouth relaxes into a serene smile, crossing his arms over his augmented belly. Let's rub his belly! The tech priest inhales deeply of air infused with a zone and sacred unguents. Oh, they have a portrait for a service Nuncius? Wait, he has like a personal named service call? The service cow hovering nearby stares silently at the priest. Ah, that's cute. That's very cute.
You are correct, Nuncius. I risk boring the rogue trader with my protracted ruminations. However, I will not allow the semantic analysis of my utterance to go unanswered. I will log your thesis for further debate. Now it is time to make my obeisance.
Oh my god, and they're arguing with each other. God. Oh, it means messenger. I see in Italian. Just like a crow and Georgius. I like this. I like the dynamic a lot.
Rogue trader, your halls are filled with sacred metal, and the ship's tech priests must be commended in observing
I'm sorry, I apologize.
That blessed union of flesh and ferrum sanctum. Beholding this charges my galvanic coils with exultation. I, Genitor Extremis Eogun Febris, greet you and thank you for the opportunity to grace these ancient mechanisms with the gift of operation.
A tech priest who has a chosen Medicae and biology as a field of scientific research. Janitors account for a large portion of the members of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and they hold great sway in determining the policies of the cult. They are distinguished from other brethren of faith by their keen research interest in various forms of organic life.
You speak to your service call?
Nuncius is my dearest colleague. His eagerness, inquisitive mind, and ability to view a problem from a variety of angles are invaluable to our research. He is also rather loquacious himself.
I don't know what loquacious means. God, I'm going to misspell it so hard. Oh, I see. Very talkative. That's a nice word. Nuncius does not make a sound, directing his wizard somewhere past you.
Genitor Febris, I trust you understand how unusual it is to speak to a mere servo skull like this. Let us pray this is only a sentimental whim on your part, rather than the presence of heresy within your device.
What? Oh, I'm sorry, what? What are you talking? Hendrix, really? Are you telling me that Crowl was basically... Yeah, he would not like Crowl. Okay, but this is very funny. So this is not the norm. You don't really like talk to service calls like that. Huh. Ah, interesting. Interesting.
A servo skull? As your colleague? Right. Well then, I'll take a data slate for my
Yeah, I don't remember Spinoza talking about how weird that is, right? I mean, maybe she was weirded out by the Gorgias, right? A little bit, I think. But the like talking to the service call itself, I don't remember her being like a big problem. So, oh my god, now they're just like piling up on him, like for this. Oh my god. The narrow-minded boomer. Address the service call. I think Tav is into this. Nuncius, I welcome you on board of my vessel. If the service call has heard you, it makes no sign of it.
Amazing sincerity, Nuncius. It is gratifying to see that you have not lost your sense of tact over the years.
Yeah, that... There was a line about creating abominable intelligence. What did he say?
I fear my rendering will lack the sophistication inherent in Nuncius's lingua technis, but to crudely summarize, he is honored by your attention and records the moment as significant.
Lingua technis. A collection of dialects used by the Adeptus Mechanicus in its tech press. Ah, I see. You again? You didn't actually dare to create an abominable intelligence, did you? Asking just in case.
Do you think I would dare walk about with an anathema? A profane parody of the human mind? The greatest heresy against the Omnissiah? What an absurd idea. I honor the Crimson Accord of Mars and swear before the all-knowing, all-seeing machine god that Nuncius is no spawn of tech heresy. If I lie, then let me be struck down by the electromagnetic pulse of his wrath, and let the motive force desert my limbs forever and ever. Nuncius is an incredibly sophisticated creation of sacred algorithms interlaced with my own. It is difficult for a layperson to grasp their inner workings, yet not a single one violates the commandments of the Omnissiah.
Let me guess. Is it just he's someone very important to him? Just like with a Crowl. Janitor extremis. What does it mean?
It is my creed, the incontrovertible fact that has defined my existence for as long as I can recall, and I recall a great deal. I have devoted myself to the mysteries of flesh and metal, to the processes by which one joins with the other, by which they live in union, and how they die. I am intimately familiar with machines such as the one that I restored to life. I will school the members of the priesthood on board in its litanies of maintenance and operation, and reveal the secrets of the command rooms so they may operate it themselves. The sacrament of Ferrum Sanctum will be made available to you and your retinue. That too is an incontrovertible fact.
His spherical torso rolls forward again in a differential bow.
A compelling display of your abilities. Can you produce energy?
Excellent observation. My technical designation is manipulus. And here is the galvanic cell, the repository of the motive force. No, that will take too long. Better to give a demonstration. Observe. Questions?
That he just shot what? I see, interesting. He stabs a mechadendrite into the augmented arm of a nearby technomat. Power snakes along with a manipulous chrome claw into his cell. The technomat's walk stutters and rasps, and then his implant goes limp. Once certain that you have seen the effect, Iagan sends the power back into the augment and it returns to life. It's interesting that I think they're following the sort of I don't know, the sort of like a visual. Well, I guess it's lore. It's sort of defined by lore, right? But the Manipulus, the miniature of Manipulus, basically has like the same like chunky Mpreg sort of aesthetic. Yeah, that's the guy. So yeah, I'm wondering how much this guy's design was influenced or like constrained by the Manipulus that GW already has.
Intriguing. So your galvanic cell not only stores energy, but also redistributes it to wherever you direct it. And you power it, seemingly, by drawing energy from other sources.
Correct. Entirely correct. How rarely do I meet such astute interlocutors among the laity. I respectfully initiate a request for an audience. I must discover what other gems of knowledge are hiding within your rich mind.
Manipulous eyes light up. There is no hint of sarcasm or condescension in his praise. Iagan is genuinely pleased, like a proud mentor commending a student in their insight.
And who is this wise man who theorized on the nature of the machine spirit? It would be interesting to read his work.
Junior Lex Mechanic Karain, operator of Auxiliary Terminal 289-0 of the lower workshops of Alter Templum Calixus X-17. A pragmatist and a bureaucrat who saw the world solely through the prism of statistics, endless parades of outflows and inflows. He had little interest in anything other than keeping track of valves and vents, but now and then he would drop pearls of wisdom such as these without even noticing it himself. I felt it was my duty to pick them up.
Thank you for your help here, Iagan. Where will you go next?
Your thanks are accepted, but my service is not yet at an end. The clergy of the Alter Templum Calixus X-17 cloister, in gratitude for the tidings of the sacred Archaeotech, request that you be attended by Magos Aeogon Febris and the unit Nuncius. I seek your leave to employ our skills and knowledge for the benefit of the Von Valancius dynasty, including but not limited to tending to the machine spirits of the Sector Bionica and conducting experiments in the name of knowledge. In other words, allow Nuncius and I to remain on the ship and accompany you, We are well versed in augmetics, genetics, alchemy, the anatomy of humans, and abominable xenos alike. And
Xenos,
the
you say?
mysteries of the motive force and of sacred engineering. These fields of knowledge may also be employed to eliminate units whose views are not conducive to productive debate.
Why do you wish to do this?
It is my sacred duty to stand vigil to ensure the faithful operation of the technology I restored. Beyond that, Alter Templum Calixus X-17 is an enclosed community. Many wisdoms can be found within its walls, but I seem to have exhausted their supply. Theory lays the foundation for exploration, but only practice can open the gates of knowledge. Nuncius and I have always been practitioners, first and foremost.
Well, welcome aboard, Egan.
Skepticism is undeniably one of the instruments of knowledge, dearest colleague. It guards us against many heresies,
Colleague.
preventing ego and vanity from clouding reason on the path of service. But as you see, Nuncius, it is not justified in every
Oh, he addresses
circumstance.
Nuncius.
Rogue trader,
Didn't realize it at
Nuncius
first.
states that you are a person of rare perspicacity and prudence. I record this as an incontrovertible fact, and thank you for your hospitality. But of course, I did not come empty-handed. I would like to present you with this augment. Now that the machine spirit of the implantation throne is awake, I can bestow its blessing upon you or one of your retinue, should the rogue trader will it.
Alright, we have a new mechanic. Oh god. Solomon, I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry, actually. I did like him at the end, but, you know, it's an easy exchange. But I've been playing Darktide recently, and they added the Arbites class that has a dog companion. And it's so annoying to play with these players, because I constantly mistake their dogs for enemy dogs. You know, it's just very, very annoying. Augmentation directly modifies the character's body. In contrast to equipping gear, installing an augment is permanent. An augment cannot be unequipped and can be replaced only with another augment. If removed, it is replaced with a basic augment. The original body part cannot be restored. There are several ways to install an augment. You can use an implantation throne, speak to the eye affected on the ship's bridge. Running the menu on the part of the bunch of drugs, spending. Okay. Each augment provides a unique active and passive bonus to battle supplies and an avoidable negative effect. When the character suffers a trauma to the corresponding body part, the install augment malfunctions. If positive passive effects are disabled until the trauma is healed, negative effects remain. That looks like a servitor, right? This icon. Installing augments inflicts stacks of the Ferrum Sanctum effect. Which stack of this effect, this creature suffers 15% more shock damage. Which augment installed, the character suffers arc grenades and other effects of the electrocute target. Character has 6 augment insertions, 1 optical and 1 cortical insertion for the head. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Some companions possess unique augments. They can be replaced, but other characters cannot install them. Cassia, Space Marine companions, and Xenos companions cannot install augments. Interesting. That looks like a very goofy implant. Augment, I'm sorry. Wait, one of your conviction branches has reached rank 2 adherent. A registry voter rate becomes the character's main conviction. What? What were you talking about? I do remember that I kind of became a centrist in my first playthrough. My only playthrough. User gains force couple and force couple abilities. Allow the user to attack the target enemy with a melee weapon if they have one equipped after the pull. If there are two weapons equipped, they attack with person. It doesn't sound great. I probably want this for... So unusual seeing all of them like naked like that. That's not what I wanted to do. Except for Mechanicus. Oh, Jay has... Oh yeah, I never noticed that she has like these augments. Interesting. Okay, I will... Abelard probably... This looks so funny. Grandpa augmented. Yeah, you're a pirate coded now, Abelard. I hope you're happy. Does it carry in his It does not carry into the actual character screen. Oh, that's kind of disappointing. What happened? Oh, I did not confirm it? Oh, I guess I did not. Oh, I did not. Well, that's what I can do to Abelard. Yes. This is how you look now. Hey, yo ho ho. Oh. Yeah. Bionic grandpa.
What lies beyond?
I do like that these augments are visually represented. Even so, again, I want to look at it in the... Abelard, how do you hold this pistol? What is this? I feel like his accuracy should suffer, you know, greatly. And he should like lose his pistol with like 50% chance every time he like shoots something. But yeah, it's cool that it's actually like represented visually on the character. Yeah, if it looks goofy. Okay. I guess we just need to travel around the the map. Oh, I have the Marjai's quest active. Interesting. Okay. God, I remember how broken Marjai was during my playthrough and all the dark magic I had to employ in order to fix him. that was definitely time. Fun toy box memories. Oh, I never noticed this part of the map that you can like go down here. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Hi. The comm head, the comm bead in your ear comes to life with a crackle.
Lord Captain, following the rites of healing performed by the esteemed Manipulus Febris upon the implantation thrown the sector Bionica, the machine spirits dwelling within the relic revealed something extraordinary to us. Upon awakening, the sacred architect brought several more machines back to the wakefulness. After performing diagnostic rituals, the tech priest discovered a secret door behind one of the devices. It was inscribed with an ancient Von Valancius coat of arms. As soon as the tech priest tried to enter, a genetic guardian blocked the way. He refused to open the door to anyone but the rogue trader Siberian Von Valancius or his heir.
Siberian von Valancius? What do we know about him?
Therein lies the problem, your lordship. No rogue trader by the name of Siberian is listed in any dynastic chronicle. The historiators of the flagship are also unfamiliar with the name. Why the Guardian thinks it belongs to an owner that never existed is a mystery. And only you, as the actual head of the dynasty, can find the answer.
I will check the door in the Guardian immediately.
At your say, your lordship. The High Factotum has taken it upon himself to make the necessary preparations. He will meet you there.
Let me guess, there was a rogue trader that Theodora also removed, right? And just crashed and removed all the traces of him existing. I don't know. Or maybe Trazin yonked him. Yes, that can be another explanation. It would be cool, kind of encounter another rogue trader from the Valancius line. The High Factotum, Chirurgeon Martinax, and Janitor Ferenz are already waiting for you by the mysterious door. The wall behind them looks perfectly flat. Only the metal coat of arms gleaming in the lumen light and the steady glow in the genetic guardian's impassive lenses reveal that one of the dynasty secrets lies behind this wall. The guardian of the secret room looks far less menacing than the gargoyle that guards entrance to the Varan chamber. This is just a recess in the wall, framed in metal with an analyzer needle inside and a small wood screen beside it. Lines of mechanically indifferent text appear on the screen. Access is forbidden. Entry is authorized only for Siberian von Valancius or his direct descendants. Yeah, let's try to examine the coat of arms on the wall. It didn't show me if I succeeded or not. Just kind of weird, right? The heraldic symbols cast in noble bronze are undoubtedly from von Valancius' dynasty. Only certain details draw your eye. Some elements of the ornamentation in their archaic script. They indicate the coat of arms as well as the wall itself is several centuries old.
Answer me, spirit of the genetic guardian. Who is Siberian?
The guardian's wit screen flickers just slightly.
Error. The request is invalid. Entry is authorized only for Siberian von Valancius or his direct descendants.
Okay, let's just place our hand in the recess. The analyzer pieces your hand, wriggling repulsively beneath your skin. Oh, it lit up. A split second later, the color of the genetic guardian's wit screen changes to welcoming green.
Identification passed. Welcome, member of the von Valancius dynasty. A tremor passes through the wall, accompanied by the deep groan of ancient locks releasing. Vivisector Martinak's pupils dilate. He takes a very step forward and freezes.
Oh, incredible! Generations of Tyranids have toiled away here, and we're utterly unaware.
Perrins lets out a shocked exclamation in lingua technis, which shifts to a sharp binary screech. Then, embarrassed by his outburst, the tech priest bashfully steps aside, respectfully making way for you. Very, very cute.
Be careful, Lord Captain.
Abelard narrows his eyes at the outline of the coat of arms, his brows furrowed stubbornly.
Dynastic secrets can be more than little dangerous. It is my righteous duty as a seneschal to escort you inside.
The door slides to one side as a metallic shot. Stale air rushes out of the hidden room, carrying with it particles of centuries-old dust.
Patience! My nerves are frayed!
Look no further.
Its chair looks seriously upholstered in natural velvet. My fucking god, this craftsman is obviously Glance's words of fortune. Oh my fucking god. I hate this magnifying glass obstructing the text from the other magnifying glass. Oh, cat, what are you doing? This is like the third DLC, and this is like the critical pass. How can you leave something like this? Okay, I can do it this way, I guess. Wow. Oh, that's his portrait. He's alive. This guy's alive. He was young by Trazin. He's in Trazin's museum, and we'll encounter him. That's my suspicion. A figure in grand attire stares down at you from the portrait with an air of regal superiority. The insignia embellishing his lavish cloak leaves no room for doubt. This is a rogue trader of bygone days. His right hand rests on the hilt of an exquisite blade, and his roguish half smile radiates majestic condescension. The plague reads Siberian von Valancius Massimo of Coronos, rogue trader of the Imperium and guiding light of his dynasty. Study the details of a portrait. It is hard to argue with a simple truth. The subject of the portrait was an extremely good-looking individual. Not one of his meticulously painted scars, which his rogue trader bore like medals for military valor, spoil his noble beauty. He looks alright. I'm also curious, what is this behind him? It's like a head of a Xenos, right? Study the background of the painting. Your eye is drawn to the head of the predatory creature behind the man. Its beastly face, distorted in mortal rage, is vaguely familiar, and its gaze, too intelligent for that thing, is fixed on something very specific outside the painting. That's an Eldar weapon, right? You can see the Soul Stone. I'm not sure if it's Drukhari. Well, no, it wouldn't be Drukhari, right? Actually, I'm not sure. Does it look like the Drukhari blade to me? Hard to say. There can be no doubt about the weapon's origins. The sword depicted by this unknown artist's brush was not forged by human hands. The fluid curves, the exceptional luster of the blade, and the gem at the hilt show the weapon to be the work of an Eldari artisan.
The blade is also unusual for the runes engraved along its length. They are most ancient indeed. The inscription is in Eldari language recounting the legend of an unholy god of war reviewed by... What? Okay, so it is the Asuriani blade, I guess. And the god of war is the cane, right? Interesting. Chiseled features, dark brows, and a gaze full of inner strength. You also notice the finely worked furrows of stubbornness on his forehead and at the corners of his mouth. The artist strove to capture the complex character of a strong-willed man and seems to have done a superlative job. You cut a fine figure. The portrait remains silent, perhaps because, despite the vividness of the person depicted, it is only an object that has been hanging on this wall for centuries. I like the idea that Tav was expecting a response.
You are a forgotten legend now, old man. But the Corona's expanse will not forget me so quickly, I assure you.
Willpower test succeeded. You know, you speak the truth. You begin to think that the man in the portrait is looking back at you with face in his eyes.
I'm gonna burn it.
Oh yes. The flames do not take hold immediately, as if the portrait were resisting its doom. The face of the ancient hero first becomes covered in a layer of melted paint, as if drenched in horror, it then curves in a malevolent snarl and collapses in itself.
It's fine. It looks completely fine.
They like burned a little bit the frame, but apart from this, the portrait is just basically untouched. Despite the still air in the small chamber, the richly jeweled display case looks as if it's... oh my god. It's been meticulously maintained all this time. There's not a single mote of dust on the clear, gleaming glass. Interesting. Oh.
Keep a sharp eye.
I like how... God. Yugon is so huge that everyone can just like hide inside of him. Relic Augment. This user attacks with a weapon in his hand plus 7 level of toxin and the toxin's duration effect. Interesting. There's nothing else? This is a bit weird.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Oh no, wait, there's a... Okay, yeah, that's... It is an interactable item. The cover of the book is coated in a thick layer of dust. The sprayed edges have warped and are marred with decay. Writing implements lie in a disarray, an autoquill, an ornately shaped inkwell, and a paperweight. As though the diarist had made the last entry before leaving the secret study in haste. Dust of the cover.
The sturdy, well-crafted leather with expensive embossing has hardly faded with the effects of time. The von Valencia's coat of arms stamped on it's embellished with the large gems. The book is covered in many scratches and scuffs, as if the book has survived more than a few adventurers. At the bottom of the cover, the name Siberian von Valencia is written in a florid script. It appears to be a personal diary. Open the first few pages. The pages are filled with cramped writing, along with the blots, crossings out, and sweeping underlines that reveal the owner's passionate nature. The ink is faded and decayed as the pages themselves, and thin parchment crumbling to dust at any careless touch. Leaf through the middle. All I can be certain of is that the portion of my designs that most of my retinue would consider overly bold will not leave the confines of these chambers. It is rather amusing that this personal laboratory has ultimately become a secret sanctuary, to whose walls I can tell most of my ideas and research. At times I sense that the esteemed Exalt 117 is entirely aware of its existence. But the Archmagus has always possessed that rare combination of human qualities. A sense of tact, coupled with the ability to keep others' secrets. The stream of thought is cut short. The next page of the diary has been ripped out. Open to the last entry. The siege is over, but it takes more than a single battle won to snuff the flames of war. They are showering me with their artless praise. They are lauding me with the savor of the dynasty, and yet I cannot shake the thought that it may be my hand that signed the death warrant. What if the artifact in front of me now is not enough? Yet the place where I found this relic may hold still more. The God Emperor willing, I shall find them. No one must know about the cluster I discovered. No one must interfere in my search. I will order Ambrosio to record the warp routes in the archives of his esteemed house. And should I fail, then perhaps my descendants might finish what I started. The dynasty private cogitator on Dargana seems ancient and loyal enough to me to entrust it with the coordinates. The access identifier is Laria. This will open the secret areas of the machine spirit's memory. Hope I will be the one who reads this journal upon my return, and I hope I will destroy this evidence of my inexcusable faintness of the heart. The remaining pages of the diary are utterly untouched. I have the cogitator in the Palace of Dargans mentioned in the last entry can tell you more about this mysterious Siberian von Valencia and his life journey. Janus wipes the sweat from his brow, then sits to drying his fleshy hand with a silk handkerchief.
Your worship, has your search been successful? Have you learned anything about the fate of the mysterious Siberian?
I found a portrait of a nobleman holding an unusual sword on one of the walls, and I also burned it. Yeah.
What gave you the notion that the blade depicted was more than just a ceremonial weapon, your lordship?
An unnamed subject of the portrait somehow obtained an old diary ritual sword decorated with their religious writings. It would be a pleasure to possess such a thing.
The High Factotum pale slightly and looks away. I see. This is a strong indicator that the Blade's wielder was a most distinguished individual. Even among rogue traders, not everyone can afford to possess such an item. It must be a genuine portrait of Siberian.
Enough about the blade.
Very well. What else have you managed to uncover, Lord Captain? After a thorough search, I found a handwritten diary signed by Siberian Valancius. Oh, that is something. One can learn a great deal about an individual from their personal writings. That is, of course, assuming there was sufficiently truthful in his account. What did the diary entries tell you, Lord Captain? Well, I found a reference to a certain cogitator in the Palace of Darkness, as well as a data key that grants access to its archives. Oh, wonderful. You should definitely go to the Darkness and convey that code to the cogitator's mission spirit. Well, yeah, nothing more has survived the record. Thank you for your information, Lord Captain. Well, that is everything I have managed to discover. Your thoughts? Your Lordship, I have imagined that Siberian was a man of remarkable talents and extraordinary destiny. I regret that I was fated never to see him in the flesh. The life form, Janitor Ferenc, is extremely disturbed by the discovered addition to the genealogical tree of the One Valancius dynasty. I request permission to make the appropriate changes to the Sector Bionica archives. It seems that the Siberian One Valancius was indeed the one erased from the official chronicles. I wonder what deed prompted such a step. I do hope that when Machine Spirit of Ancient Cogitate on Darkness sheds light on the mystery, we will not have to consign what we learned to oblivion as well, oh Captain. Okay. We should talk to Eogan first, I think. He's probably hanging out on the bridge somewhere, like all the other companions. Okay, where is he? Oh, he's next to Marjai. Oh, hello, Apple. Yeah. Very, very adorable portrait. I'm glad he got one. Look at him. So I went in the wrong way, yeah.
Rogue trader.
God.
Then go. Megos biologus Eurystheus octo rubido declaimed. Every organism naturally born, flesh from flesh, knows fear. But the supreme
What is this armor I'm wearing? What is this mask? What the what is this outfit? What?
I have pondered this a great deal. Do death and terror define our existence from the very beginning? Like a kind of fate, a raised blade since our conception that governs our lives. Rogue trader, do you fear death?
Nuncius, his countenance, a reminder of the inevitable end, stares at you with his empty eye sockets.
Death is for other people. I shall raise above it. For such is my destiny.
Ambitions supported by will often cross the limit of what is possible. I would be interested to witness the moment when you realize yours.
You should ask this question to Dante.
Thank you for indulging my curiosity. Now it is your turn to select the topic of conversation.
By the way, Cabela has acquired a school companion of her own. Do you think he and Nunsians will get along?
That mutant skull that Mistress Cabela has chosen to establish familiar relations with is a crude anatomical aid, and nothing more. I suppose her conversations can be characterized as a primitive means of meditation, where the individual projects her state of mind and thoughts onto some inanimate object, and thereby achieves a certain degree of introspection. Nuncius, by contrast, contains a machine spirit, which we know every creation of the Omnissiah to possess. And he also happens to be a highly erudite and complex construct.
My cat is better than your cat. Yeah. The erudite and complex construct opts not to comment on your witty remark.
Your speech differs from that of other tech priests. It is less mechanistic.
To think that all tech priests speak exclusively like machines is a widespread misconception among the laity. We may strive to draw closer to the machine god, but we remain part of the human race. How exactly a tech priest achieves this oneness is the choice of each individual ordained in the priesthood of Mars, depending largely on personal characteristics, practical considerations, and interpretations of the tenets of the faith. Of course, many attune their language to machine cant or even prefer not to use flesh speak at all. It is then easier for them to make contact with machine spirits. For myself, however, a key aspect of the machine god is his omniscience. I gather wisdom, and that includes from communicating with laypersons. To this end, standard low Gothic has so far proved to be the most useful. However, this does not negate the fact that I am able to speak all the binaric dialects of Mars, if circumstances so demand.
You mentioned that you have knowledge of Xenos.
The rank of Genitor grants me the right to study their foul anatomy and behavior for the purposes of identifying their weaknesses. I have personally dissected more than one specimen, and have even preserved specific body parts for further investigation. I research and study their technology to the same end. There is no shame in using our enemies' weapons against them, no matter what some narrow-minded colleagues may say.
Oh, I never noticed that he actually has like human legs. Huh.
And what kind of Xenos do you study?
The mythical kind, shall we say. The subject of my research is an ancient, unusually advanced xeno-civilization. Some among the tech clergy call them Niflimics, believing them to be the first creations of the Omnissiah. Others call them Iron Anathemas, considering them to be the spawn of abominable intelligence. But the initiated know them as Necrons. And believe me, the hand of the machine god has never touched these monstrous creatures. After more than 1 decade of searching, I have amassed a modest collection of objects that belonged to these Necrons. But I have never succeeded in understanding the purpose of most of them. Many believe that Necrons died out long ago, leaving behind only ruins of black rock. But I do not believe so. They exist still, and they are closer than they seem.
Yes, they died out. So I think he would be a good friend, you know, with the Skyvola. Wait! Haven't we fought Necrons? In Rogue Trader. Wait, we fought Necrons in Rogue Trader, right? We already, like, yes, we... Oh, chapter... Oh, okay. So, it's in the next act. Yeah, okay, so I guess... Yeah. I do remember you can find them. Hmm. You should do that part, by the way. Oh, really? With the Necrons? Oh. Why do you believe they are alive?
I have encountered inconsistencies in my research. Ghost colonies with fresh tracks that match the descriptions of these Xenos from various sources. Adeptus Mechanicus expeditions that plunged into obsidian ruins, never to return. Gaps in the knowledge repositories of individual worlds, as if someone had been trying to hide information in isolation. All these are unexplained coincidences. But if I analyze the cumulative frequency of the events and the systems in which they occurred, and compare them to the few things I do know, I can detect certain patterns. The ancient Xenos are exhibiting activity.
It is interesting. Is it not a wide knowledge that Necrons are active? Also, this is not the current timeline-wise, right? But it's not also that, like, old. Sounds like more than a belief. He has encountered this mythical Xenos, so come very close to doing so.
You again? You haven't seen a Necrons yourself, have you?
An interesting question. I will answer it with another. Would I be able to tell a layperson of such an encounter without breaking my vows to the cult Mechanicus? This question does not require an answer. Just food for thought.
This is very interesting, Yogan.
And what objects do you have in your collection?
That's the beauty of it. I don't know. Allow me to specify. It includes objects of mostly regular forms, cubes, spheres, cylinders, made of unknown black stone or metal. Many are covered in glyphs or patterns that cannot be deciphered. Fascinating trinkets that I have spent years studying, but have never progressed beyond flimsy theories that cannot be confirmed experimentally. Perhaps my approach is fundamentally flawed, or the objects are non-functional. Or perhaps they simply do not want anyone to root out their secrets. It's a mystery. A stimulating mystery.
Yeah, isn't that a heresy?
I appreciate your restraint, Rogue Trader. In my experience, such words directed at me do not constitute a question, but an accusation. I will not attempt to convince you of my righteousness, but I will articulate a few facts that you can use as a basis for your own conclusions. Fact 1. My interest in Xenos is easily mistaken for a proclivity. It is not. I find them no more appealing than I would a cadaver being vivisected to ascertain what sickness ended its existence. They are objects that I study in order to answer a simple question. How can they be destroyed most effectively? Fact 2. Certain species of Xenos exhibit technological proficiency. Their weapons and artifacts possess destructive and utilitarian properties that could elevate the power of the Imperium. In studying these properties, I find ways to translate them to the technologies bestowed upon us by the Machine God. No wicked deed of innovation is committed. I liken this research to the creation of new production patterns.
Yes, very, very nice way to
Act 3,
frame it.
the last. My research is directed solely toward advancing the quest for knowledge and strengthening the Imperium. Though a certain boldness may be inherent to my work, I do observe the dogmas and follow the righteous algorithms of the Cult Mechanicus. Here ends the presentation on my position.
Yes, yes,
I
yes.
look forward to seeing what new topic of discussion you propose.
I am curious about Nuncius.
My dearest colleague is incredibly flattered by the attention. Please, ask your questions.
What is he?
He is my dearest colleague and indispensable assistant.
But a service call is incapable of a complex sword. How can he be your colleague?
A superb question. It is quite difficult to explain to a layperson, but I will try. To put it quite crudely, Nuncius helps me to think. He constitutes an exceptionally complex network of algorithms that augment my own. They contain conflicting points of view that seek out flaws in my reasoning, and information that is more useful to me if it is not kept in my own head. So I delegate it to him. He is wholly unique.
Cradle of Caprices. You can find a smuggler hideout if you heard one rumor. If you go there, you can find Necrons earlier.
How long have you two been together?
We have shared a cell since our novitiate on Styges 8. 138 planetary cycles and 72 days have elapsed since then. It may not be accurate in a temporal sense, but you could say we have been together my whole life.
Wait, Stygius 8. Isn't this like the planet that is occupied by kind of not heretical Mechanicus, but they have like a very controversial reputation. Because I just completed Mechanicus 2 recently, and Skyvola is from Stygius, I think. And you plus encounter Mechanicus that are Stygians, and they're basically like they're heretics. They are, you have to fight them because they pursue their own goals. So if he's from Stygius, he very well might be also kind of a... Well, it makes sense that he's interested in Necrons and has a Necron text of some sort. Yeah, I'm also wondering if he is some kind of heretic, basically. In disguise.
Nuncius, I wish to speak to you.
I will take it upon myself to interpret his words, but I beg your pardon in advance for falling far short of my dearest colleague in terms of rhetorical elegance.
Can you understand me?
Yes.
Why are you always silent?
Your presumption is incorrect. Nuncius is really rather chatty and holds strong views on every conceivable topic, which he does not hesitate to express at the first opportunity. Alas, you, as a layperson, are unable to hear his fiery declarations and witty remarks. Nuncius categorizes this fact as regrettable.
And what is your opinion of Eogan?
Yes, Nuncius, I will relay it verbatim. He says that I possess a remarkable mind and excellent practical skills, but my excitability, especially combined with my stubbornness to the point of ossification, would have stunted my development were it not for his thoughtful advice and fair criticism. He also adds that the thought of working with anyone other than me evokes repulsion and outrage in him. The value coefficient of our relationship is extremely high in his catalogue.
Yes, very, very cute.
How many times a day does Egan say, this is an incontrovertible fact?
That cannot be right. That often? Yes, Nuncius, I would be obliged if you would assist in monitoring my vocabulary. But watch that superior tone of yours, please.
He didn't say how many.
Admit it. You are really the clever one in this partnership, aren't you?
Nuncius, what an appalling thing to say. Our partnership is perfectly equal. Keep your mischief-making to yourself, and don't mislead the rogue trader.
I wonder if at some point of DLC we'll find a way to actually hear Nuncius' thoughts, you know? Kind of like how we got a sort of an insight into like Gorgias' PoE, how he like his, what is it, how was it presented, that he like tries to communicate as a normal like service cow, but that it just kind of like gets corrupted on the way of like you know, translation or something like this. Yeah, that was interesting.
Nuncius states that this conversation has stimulated and enriched him.
Okay, I won't offend Eogan again with the question about abominable intelligence.
Nuncius says that he will leave a channel for inquiries about his biography and personal qualities open for you, rogue trader.
You wish to debate? Let's begin with something simple. What is the meaning of a life?
Splendid! It has been a long time since I last had a worthy opponent. Not including my dearest colleague, of course. So, to the topic. I have never understood why some thinkers present this question as something profound, when the answer is utterly trivial. The meaning of life is determined by a person's position in the hierarchy of the Imperium, and where he or she is deployed. But ultimately, what it comes down to is supporting the functioning of the system. The worker produces or processes a resource. The soldier destroys enemies. The governor ensures order and the shipment of tithes. The meaning of my life is to advance the quest for knowledge, thus fulfilling the function granted to me by the Omnissiah. As I said, an utterly unoriginal question.
I disagree. A person chooses what they live for. That, I feel like there should be an iconoclast, you know, option attached to it. This feels like very much like an iconoclast thing to say.
Nuncio, do you agree with Egan?
My dearest colleague has accused me of oversimplifying matters. He believes that in trying to convey my point of view, I neglected many of the nuances you set forth in the question, and thus gave a trite answer myself. But he considers the general premise to be correct, albeit riddled with holes.
Well, I believe that life has no meaning.
A rather bleak view of existence. Would you care to elaborate on that, so that I might better understand your point of view?
Nuncius would love arguing with people on Twitter.com.
Well, it isn't bleak at all. Life simply is. You do not need to attach any deep meaning to it or explain it.
Accept the absurdity of existence. Reject attempts to categorize it, and thereby find spiritual equilibrium. A highly unique way of viewing the world. One that goes against just about every dogma in the Imperium. I would like to experience it for myself.
A rebellious smile plays on Egon's lips.
I thank you for the interesting discussion, rogue trader.
Very interesting.
I would like to learn more about you.
But can anyone truly know the essence of another person? For a veil of words often shrouds meaning that cannot be discovered in one brief conversation. Then again, all the greatest works on human nature began with scant material. Ask your questions, rogue trader.
Yeah, the Black Robes. I think the Black Robes is the Stygius. The Mechanicus from Stygius. It's they wear black robes. Yeah, well, let's see.
And why do you wear black robes? Don't all tech priests wear red?
No, not all. The robes of tech priests often vary from world to world. They're imbued with symbolism that reflects the principles of a particular branch of the tech priesthood. Red is the color of Mars. It is present in the robes of each world as an homage to the Red Planet. White symbolizes the purity of machines and sacred augmetics.
Wait, I don't have... Oh fuck, I forgot his name. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, I forgot the name of the Mechanicus. The tech priest. In my retinue. But I don't think he's in my team right now. I'm sorry. Pascal, yes. Oh my fucking god, how did I forget him? He's not in my team, I think. I got like for a second. I would think he responded, right? He would have a reaction to Nuncius, at least. Oh my fucking god, I need to put him in my team.
One is compelled to carry a certain stigma living on Stygius 8. Certain theological disputes often lead to conflict with our fellow clergy. Black symbolizes our guardedness and otherness, while with red we emphasize the purity of our faith in the Omnissiah and our fellowship with the rest of the cult Mechanicus.
What theological disputes do you have with other tech priests?
The tech priests of Stygius 8 are most dogged in their acquisition of samples of xenotechnology. Under our doctrine, any methods used to gain an advantage over the enemies of humanity are justified, so long as they do not cross the line into heresy. As you may have guessed, where exactly that line lies has been the subject of debate and discord for centuries.
Okay, yeah, so they cover the lore about the Stygius here.
This means that we are often compelled to ensure a certain level of secrecy in our work, which only increases suspicions about our world. But for the sake of the Imperium's victory, we are prepared to live with this stigma. That is an incontrovertible fact.
Oh, wait. Pascal was also serving in Alter Templum Calixus X-17 back then. You two weren't acquainted?
The Omnissiah's providence did not bring us together. The temple is quite vast, and it is no surprise that two learned men never once crossed paths. After all, each of us is blessed with our own function, and fulfilling that function.
Also, I think Pascal is not from
solitary
Stygius,
effort.
right? I don't think he has any... I don't think it was... Is he just Martian? I actually don't remember his origin. I think so, right?
Really? My dearest colleague states that Magos Haneman and I once passed each other in Service Conduit 91-R. The esteemed Magos chided me for some minor neglect in the presentation of my augments, after which, having each voiced our opinions, we parted ways. It seems I considered this event to be inconsequential, and it has escaped my memory.
Where do you hail from?
Stygius 8 is a forge world located on one of the moons of a gas giant in the binary star system of Vulcanus. A magnificent place. Stretching from horizon to horizon, mighty manufactorums crisscross the moon's surface, producing armaments and equipment. For the armies of the Segmentum Solar, the designs and patterns we produce are unequaled in the galaxy. The huge titans of the Legio Honorum tower over cohorts of Skitarii, making ready to escort countless expeditions, ravenous for knowledge and lost technology. And beneath them, deep within the moon itself, lies a labyrinth of archives and laboratories, where many sages cultivate knowledge and conduct experiments in the name of understanding the will of the machine god. Nuncius and I spent our adolescence and part of our adulthood there, before we were permitted to leave our cells for the cabins of expedition ships and the tents of field camps. I miss my home, but I do not regret leaving it, for stagnation is the enemy of knowledge.
And what did you do before you arrived on Alter Templum Calixus X-17?
I may not look it, but I am a wanderer and a pilgrim. Nuncius and I have led research expeditions with the aim of finding relics and artifacts and advancing the quest for knowledge. I have also endeavored to learn from my colleagues at every opportunity, developing my expertise in genetics, hermetics, and augmetics. We have visited more than one world, voyaged on more than one ship, and got our hands dirty more than once, both literally and figuratively.
And what was it like living in Alter Templum Calixus X-17?
Many secrets lie within that blessed temple fortress. I spent decades there, but still I am not certain that I discovered all of them. However, the station's clergy are not known for their insularity for nothing. They are quite reluctant to make contact with the laity, or even other tech priests. Nuncius and I were lucky that our skills were in demand, and we were able to ensconce ourselves in that fountain of wisdom. Alas, the doctrine of isolation and the intransigence of several colleagues had brought my research to a standstill, and so I seized the opportunity to join your retinue.
Awareness test failed. You detect a certain longing in Egan's gaze. Nostalgia for his time spent on the station.
Tell me about your research. What is it that you try to understand?
I have dedicated my life to many questions. The blessings of the fusion of organics and machines, the search for virtue in their separate existence, the possibility of prolonging the functioning of flesh through genetics and alchemy. The machine god is perfect in all his manifestations. This is the truth and an incontrovertible fact. But it seems to me that attempts to become like him exclusively through augmetics, though good in their righteousness, do not fully reflect his design. For the organic body is nothing but a biological machine whose components can be replaced and improved by genetic transmutation. I believe the truth lies somewhere between these two paths, and both lead to my ultimate goal, my magnum opus, to challenge death itself as a phenomenon, bringing humanity closer to the eternity of the Omnissiah. As has mine. Questions can reveal more about the asker than anything they may say about themselves.
I wish to know more about augments.
I can only encourage such a thirst for knowledge. Ask away.
What is Adeptus Mechanicus' view on augmentations among the laity?
A difficult question. and thus an interesting one. From the perspective of the cult Mechanicus, augmentation is an unalloyed good. Flesh is weak, and replacing it brings us closer to the Omnissiah. But this good is also a supreme privilege. Every augmetic is a man-made miracle that glorifies the machine god. And not every layperson is worthy of such a blessing. The majority of laypersons who have lost limbs or organs are at best furnished with the most rudimentary prosthetics, if any at all. The exceptions are those who hold key posts in the Imperium, or who cannot perform their duties without replacing their organics with more efficient equivalents. And naturally, there are exceptional individuals, such as rogue traders, who can afford the best augments at the wave of their hand. Or rather, its loss. Just think about it. You are one of untold billions, and you succeeded in becoming a statistical improbability. How could one perceive anything in these metaphysical mathematics but the design of the machine god?
What augments do you have?
I have a great many of them, and most possess rather esoteric functions that are difficult to explain to a layperson. The most obvious is the galvanic cell. My hull is quite heavy, so it is supported by a gravitic core, mechadendrites, of course, an alembic with an alchemical synthesizer, auxiliary cogitators, an eye with magnifiers and analyzers, a respiratory...
Love this. Slaps his metal belly.
My dearest colleague suggests that my answer is becoming tiresome. If you are curious, I would be pleased to attempt to compose a treatise on my construction, but the more difficult task will be to give it a form comprehensible to a layperson.
Hypothetically, if a lumen burned out in my chambers, could your galvanic cell revive it?
With a suitable source of motive force to redistribute, I could light up the lumens of an entire deck, rogue trader. However, I do hope that is not the only application you will find for my talents.
Isn't your face rather too organic? Most techers have more implants.
If my physiognomy offends you, there is no need to hide it behind feigned interest. However, I will answer on the hypothesis that your question is sincere. My face looks as it does because that is how I prefer it. A Vox grill is practical, but there is something about speaking my thoughts aloud via an organic vocal apparatus. Consider it my little extravagance. Besides, appearances are deceiving. My internals have been extensively augmented, and I am fully fluent in lingua technis and binaric. My dearest colleague amply meets all other communication needs.
As his silenced Nuncius makes it clear that the communication needs for further discussion has been decisively met. Okay, well...
I find our conversation stimulating, and I will look forward to your next visit.
Rogue trader.
God, I just love when he says it.
Then go. I will find something to amuse myself with.
Rogue trader. Oh, I need to save. Just in case. Yes, let's get a new save. Okay, I guess we're going to Darganus. So, you're telling me that the Necrons I can encounter is basically through the rumor? I don't even remember. I never really engaged with the rumor menu. Do not quote me on this. Oh, you can just go to the system, I see. God, I just kind of never really cared about this. Lord Captain, urgent Vox transmission from the sector Bionica. No, he's not voiced. That was expected, I guess. Hail, rogue trader. Jürgen's sonorous voice fills the channel. As you know, there are no unsolvable dilemmas. Only poorly formulated questions. You strike me as someone who knows how to ask the right questions. And so I would like to invite you to participate in my scientific research. Will you honor me with your presence in the sector Bionica?
I'm intrigued. I shall proceed to you directly, Janitor.
Blessed are those who heed the call of the Omnisire. I look forward to our conversation, rogue trader. On the operating table, several bodies are laid out. Their mutilations exposed to the chill air. Their chest and abdominal cavities yawn wide, excavated of their augmented organs, which now nestle in flasks, still connected to the bodies by tubes and cables. Judging by the rhythmic contractions, the organs are still functioning. Jürgen hovers beside the tables assiduously, taking measurements and jabbing mechadendrites into the extra organs or inside the bodies. Luncius keeps stoic vigil nearby, an impassive observer of this grotesque spectacle. Take a closer look at the bodies. 3 men of differing ages lie before you, young, middle-aged, and old. Look closely, you can see that they still have a semblance of life about them. Each one has had the top of his skull delicately removed, and electrodes are now attached to the blush-hued brain tissue latticed with blood vessels. Below the neck is one continuously gaping wound. The edge is spread and held in place by a complex system of clamps. Examine the young man. The pathologically emaciated build and spindly, almost transparent limbs indicate that this is a voidborn. A glance into the open ribcage reveals signs of damage. The sac around the heart is torn, and the vessels have been reinforced with the metal staples. The poor used heart is half augment. Past ventricles have been replaced by pumps, which are connected to opaque tubes that run to the Medicaid device reservoir. The young man's neck is tattooed with his Bay Code and job title. It seems he's a common worker from the lower decks. Examine the man.
With his well-developed musculature and strong bones, this man presents a stark contrast to the others. His left arm is missing, along with a part of his shoulder. Shreds of major vessels protrude from the neatly trimmed stump. They have been closed off with bizarre-looking end cups that are wired to a metal arm lying nearby. The Enforcer's emblem is tattooed on the man's neck, topped with the Von Valancia's coat of arms. Examine the old man. The old man's eyelids are closed and his face is serene. He might appear to be sleeping peacefully, were it not for the deathly pallor on his face and his monstrously mangled neck. He had been fitted with that voice implant at some point previously, but it had recently been wrenched from the unfortunate man's body. Every so often, the metal hose now serving as his trachea makes a reedy whistling sound. He's clutching something tightly in his right hand. It is an ornate set of prayer beads, a kind used by ordained servants of Ecclesiarchy. Absorbed in his work, he again pauses for a moment, listening to Nuncius, then glances at the corridors and shakes his head.
No, dearest colleague, that would be excessive.
You again? What manner of experiment do you plan to conduct on this man?
The Manipulous' massive bulk spins around to face you. He's dancing, his eyes dancing with excitement.
Rogue traitor. Your arrival has triggered a cascade of impulses in the prefrontal cortex of my brain. Delight, that's the word I was searching for. Cast off your worries. The subjects of the experiment have been preserved through a combination of alchemical compounds, local transactions of the motive force, and moderately invasive augmentation procedures. In other words, all three are very much alive.
Throughout the speech, Yagan's mechadendrites continue their manipulation of the bodies.
The crux. All three organisms were found in critical condition. I asked myself, is their usefulness and the productive capacity truly at an end? Nonsense. To move from a state of a being to a state of a non-being entails no benefits or meaning. I personally ensured that their vital functions were preserved. Our goal could not be simpler. To vanquish death by creating the perfect righteous man. That which I have dubbed the Tria Somata. Needless to say, the procedure is highly experimental and demands a certain looseness of interpretation in regard to augmentation canons, as well as integration of components that would incur the Imperium's disapproval. But the Omnissiah teaches us to surmount any obstacle in the name of knowledge, especially when pursuing a goal of such magnitude.
God, he's already doing some heretical shit.
Tria Somata? What is that?
I only know Dark Triad. Anyway,
The Triune Essence, the amalgam of the best constituent parts of three individuals who have excelled themselves in service. Metaphysically, it consists of three beginnings: mortal flesh, ferrum sanctum, and righteousness. By creating the perfect combination, we will achieve a totality that is vastly superior to its components, and its qualities and usefulness to the Imperium.
Wait, he wants to combine them together? Am I understanding his idea correctly?
Why are all three subjects so horribly mutilated?
Slay.
2 reasons. The first is that they were previously fatally injured. I have performed numerous rites and manipulations to ensure that each was able to avoid a fatal outcome. The second is that I have been conducting the necessary measurements to fully access the compatibility of the configurations of Ferrum Sanctum and organic components for an optimal experimental result. This often requires an extraction of said components.
What is the practical significance of your experiment?
In the current state, each of the subjects is doomed. But just as the parts of dying mechanisms can be combined again to create functioning machine, so too can the subjects be combined into a single entity, granting them continued life through the correct configuration of the Ferrum Sanctum and organic components of all three. The only thing I require to continue the experiment is a solution to my dilemma, which subject should serve as the basis.
Yagan turns his burning gaze to you.
How did you decide to create a triosomata out of these three?
There are strong arguments in favor of each of them.
The janitor raises a clawed mechadendrite and begins flexing its manipulators in time with his words.
Firstly, they have all performed their service impeccably, which suggests an outstanding human qualities. Secondly, each body is robust enough to receive the blessing of the Omniscience. And thirdly, there is no other chance of salvation to any of them.
Very well. I will help you. But what role am I to play in this experiment?
A decisive one. I can detail the composition and humor ratio of each experimental subject, measure the mass of their frontal lobe, or answer with a picosecond accuracy how often their heart contracts. But how does one calculate a man's righteousness? How do you weigh diligence of service? You will help me answer these questions by choosing the basis for the triosomata. Your assessment will be the linchpin upon which this experiment begins.
Why not ask Nuncius for advice?
My dearest colleague and I have had more than one concilium, but we have never reached a consensus. Nuncius is a skeptic, and our positions rarely align, but we tend to reach a compromise in the end. But, alas, not on this occasion. The only thing we agree on is the need for a third opinion.
Only you can furnish us with said opinion. That is an incontrovertible fact.
Before I make my choice, tell me about the merits of all three.
Mechadendrite touches a table with a middle-aged man.
Enforcer Lorink. He has diligently served on the ship since birth. A participant in countless combat landings, where he was a model of valor and steadfastness. He was known on the lower decks for being tough but fair. His last act of heroism was the rescue of an enforcer patrol and a number of workers on deck 515E2. The ring placed his own body over a crack grenade thrown from the crowd by a mutineer.
Next is the old man.
Preacher Cleophas, originally assigned to serve in the ship's reliquary. He rejected the luxury of the chapel in favor of an eternal pilgrimage on the decks, where no servant of the ecclesiarch had ever set foot. Through his example and order, he encouraged and instructed the outcast and forgotten. Thousands of souls who would otherwise have lost their faith and fallen into heresy came to know the word of the Emperor. But it only took one to end Cleophas' preaching for good. A madman attacked him during a sermon, managing to rip out the preacher's vocal implant before the crowd tore him apart.
Finally, Iagon touches a woodburn youth.
Mikosh, a ventilation shaft crawler from Sorting Hub 10. He dutifully burned mold, slime, and vermin, and would be the first to climb into blocked ducts, risking his life to deliver his cipherlock's ear into the sector. He was truly a believer and never lamented his lot. On his final foray, he saved hundreds of workers by using his body to plug a hole in a combustible gas pipe. The success led to cardiac arrest and blood poisoning.
What is it that Nuncius disagrees with?
The Serascal hovers in haughty silence, which is broken only by Iagon's sighs of exasperation. Pressing his lips together, the manipulous grunts out.
To condones his overly pedantic response. Nuncius does not consider righteousness to be in any way a significant fact in this research. Had I any less respect for my dearest colleague, I would say that this constitutes an egregious misunderstanding of the concept of the triosomata, and is indicative of extreme closed-mindedness. But such remarks are beneath me.
Why not just combine all three minds to serve as the basis?
Three minds cannot coexist in one body, setting aside the fact that even I would not be capable of achieving such a feat in practice. In theory, it would certainly lead to the complete deconstruction of all three minds. Some less flexible thinkers might even consider it a heresy.
You sense some agreement in the Nuncius' silence.
As my dearest colleague rightly notes, we have encountered many such points of contention.
over the years.
Okay, yes, he's a heretic for sure, right? I think that's going to be like his arc, basically. That we will discover that he's pretty much a heretic, and what do we do about this?
I am ready to make a decision.
Egan raises his mechadendrites in anticipation.
Who will form the basis of the Trio Samata?
Let's go for the worker, you know? I just... I don't know, I feel biased toward the Zoomer, I guess.
The worker?
Egan contemplates the half-dead man lying stretched out on the galvanized surface.
A choice has been made, but will you deign to answer my question? Why him? I must know your thought process.
None of them cover the youth, you know, here, but I will try to get as many heretical points as possible. I will try to escape the centrist trap that I put myself into. And, it's from my indecisiveness.
Commoners are easier to bring to heel. They are dumb, but they are hardy and beautiful. Obedience is your righteousness.
Egan closes his organic eye, deep in thought. Finally, his face breaks into a smile.
Thank you, Tav. This is it. The solution to our dilemma. I will begin the Triosomia procedure. May organic flesh and sacred machinery be one.
With a barely audible crunch, Egan's injector mechadendrites pierces the brain tissue. The man's face contorts in an anguish, and his back arches in a fit of spasms. His brows furrowing, the janitor delivers a powerful pulse of the motive force, and the unfortunate man drops limply back down on the table. The tech priest's manipulators dart between the three bodies, separating organs, augmetics, and limbs, and transplanting them into the new host. Discharges of energy coruscate around Egan's hulking figure, growing brighter and brighter until the final flash leaves you temporarily blinded. When your vision returns, you see the manipulus carefully releasing the subject's limbs from their restraints.
The process is complete.
Oh, he's not doing good. That's... yeah? Well... the creature, which a second ago resembled a humanoid lump of bloody meat studded with a metal, suddenly leaps up with unexpected vigor, tossing Egan backward and letting out an intelligible howl of suffering. Before anyone can react, the amalgam man barrels toward the entrance of the Sector Bionica, filling the deserted quarters with his plaintive moans. Egan stares after him in amazement.
Impossible. The calculations were perfectly calibrated. All factors taken into consideration. Was the specimen defective? I must find the Trio Sonata immediately and determine what went wrong.
You should have probably restricted him. Yeah. Your combat crackles to life, carrying the Vox Master's anxious voice.
Lord Captain, an urgent report from Mr. Zorbeck. A strange creature resembling a malfunctioning servitor is heading toward the lower decks.
shouting pleas that make reference to you and Janitor Fibrous, and forces have been dispatched to intercept it, but they assume that you would prefer to access the situation personally. Truth be told, Nuncius and I predicted his outcome. We must go after him. One way or another, we must see the experiments through to the end.
Oh, we're going to have a combat encounter. Well, who am I getting rid of? Now this is the tough question. Because I need to put Pascal in my team. Oh, I did not level up Jürgen. The tough question. Yes. I'm sorry, Henrix. Or is it Irliot? It's between Henrix and Irliot, I think. We'll go with Irliot, I think, yeah. I hope that will give me opportunity to level up Jürgen at least. But yeah, I'm surprised none of my companions had any reactions to this. Like, Henrix, of all people, would probably object, I think. Oh, well... I have no idea. I'll just pick whatever. I'll go for the Grand Strategists. And I'll go for the Manipulus, I guess. Manipulus specific, like, abilities? Yeah, again, grants electrified strikes himself for... I was insensitive around along the target's deals. Okay. Can I, like... I don't know, or rather don't remember if you can put two zones in the same place, right? Because I already have Tav, we can put zones to give buff. Yeah, again, targets an adjacent ally with at least one augment installed and restores 0 wounds up to maximum 77. Pum 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 pum. For one round, Eogan creates an energy wall that occupies 7 cells in a straight line. Each attack made by Eogan on his allies through this energy wall. An additional 9 shock damage. Okay, alright, sure. Sniping zone. Well, that's definitely for Iliad, I guess. Okay, yeah, we are not done here. Oh, alright. Yeah, I did not miss this part of Rogue Trader. And I really hope that Dark Heresy, you know, trims a lot of fat of, you know, of mechanics. Hope so. Yagan grants a blessing of the only side to himself and others in itself for a round. Okay. Oh, okay, we're done with one character. And it's only one rank for everyone else, so it shouldn't be that bad. Time to kill more beetles. Yes, good luck. Only had to murder 60 today instead of almost 300 the other day. Best improvement. I wonder what are the busted builds you can make in the current Rogue Trader state. I remember that they made a bunch of balance patches, right? Okay, we're done with this. Very, very exciting. So let me take a short break before we engage in the combat. What? Wait a second. What difficulty am I on? I'm on daring. Anyway, well, yeah.
Alright. Bloody bear footprints stretch further down the passageway. The air smells of machine unguents and medicated substances. Whoa, nobles from the upper decks down here to see us.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Greetings, your graces.
One step at a time amidst the madness.
Am I supposed to go this way? Oh yes, well, that's a lot of blood trails. The Triasamata lies prostrate before the entrance to the bay. Behind the Aquila, on the door, the only witness to his incoherent babbling, his hysterical wails of the righteous Triune? Man, interrupted from time to time by the clanking of his augmented skull against the deck. A viscous mixture of blood and oil oozes from the staples on his forehead, and his fingernails are chipped from his attempts to dig the implants out of his body. The young man started out prayers interspersed with fearful lamentations to an unseen interlocutor.
Lameness shows weakness of the spirit. God Emperor, let me get up and work.
A spasm racks his body, and his already muddled speech turns into frightening cacophony that barely sounds like language. Suddenly, the Triasamata pounds his head on the deck again and spews forth another medley of ragged sentences.
Do I have a choice? Anger's falling at my door. I will work my shift and die before I betray the dynasty.
The spasm repeats. Jürgen clacks his tongues in displeasure, worrying at the piston he's buried as he thinks.
The subject left the sector Bionica prematurely. Nuntius is right. I was so absorbed in the Triosomia procedure and its successful outcome that I made the mistake of unfastening the restraints before the psychological evaluation could be conducted. Rogue trader, we must stabilize the Triosomata before the specimen is forever lost to us.
I like that they're doing the Abelard joke, but with Nuntius.
Nuntius, present me.
The Serascal hovers haughtily without uttering a word. It is clear he thinks you need no introduction. Abelard scowling jealously at Nuntius mutters.
Me, Lord Captain. Triasamata. Before you stands a rogue trader, Von Valancius,
Lord Captain of this vessel, and sovereign of its crew. Solely by his grace do you still leave. One wrong word, one wrong moment, and I will personally call enforcers down upon you.
The mumbling and head thumping stop. The man shifts his clouded gaze to you, and you see recognition in his eyes.
Lord Captain, I am now layabout. I'll work my shift. Yes, no excuse for idleness. But my heart, give it to me. I beg you.
The young man digs his broken nails into his chest augment and makes a pitiful attempt to rip it out. He breaks down whipping, swaying from side to side.
Why are you maiming yourself?
I can't find my heart. I forgot it down there in the shops. I need to check.
The young man glances around, mumbling nonsensically, and occasionally slamming his fist on the deck and pausing to listen. His attention suddenly shifts to his hands.
My body has been switched. These are hands of an idler, not mine.
Yeah, I don't like any of these options for Tav, I will be honest. I think he kind of doesn't really care, yeah.
I cannot help him.
I will repeat the experiment. Perhaps I will be able to stabilize him in a new configuration.
A strangled roar erupts from the unfortunate man's throat, just before he lunges for Eogan.
A better death than that! Begone! Begone! Begone!
Well, yeah, okay, I thought he was stronger than that, but okay. The tag priest looks gloomier than a cloud.
Rogue trader, I am experiencing cognitive block. I have analyzed every possible failure hypothesis and double-checked every step I made, and I have failed to identify a single mistake. The organic parts and the ferrum sanctum joined together perfectly. The brain was perfectly preserved. These complications should never have occurred, and yet the outcome cannot be denied. My calculations are perfectly correct. That is an incontrovertible fact. So, was a flaw in the conditions, or in the subjects themselves?
People are divided into the useful and the useless. All three of your test subjects were pious rubbish. Repeat the experiment with a worse specimen.
The manipulus claps a hand to his forehead.
Of course. The main criteria of an experiment are reproducibility and consistency. One failed trial, and I am ready to give up. Absurd.
is replacing injured subjects with healthy ones through the answer. I think of the selection criteria is most certainly in order. Rogue Trader, I thank you for your contribution to our research. Nuncius and I can now call you colleague in all earnestness. I need to think, rethink, and discuss this new data with Nuncius. Please find me on the bridge later. We must discuss the results of the experiment.
What lies beyond?
Wait, how do I get back? I don't see the icons. Huh? Oh,
The
okay.
Omnissiah guides me.
Okay, wait, let me check. What is this outfit I have? Why do I have this mask? Is that the mask of that guy? Oh god, I forgot the name. The governor of the planet that pretended to be the jester. I think that's where I got it. I feel like.
Rogue Trader, your timing is impeccable. I am ready to discuss the fascinating experiment we have been conducting in the Sector Bionica and on other decks.
Yeah, you wanted to discuss the results. Yes.
Indeed. After processing all the data, including your invaluable contribution to the outcome of the experiment, my dear colleague and I engaged in a lengthy debate. My cognitive block has been resolved at last. We must repeat the experiment. We need to identify several control groups, correlate all the factors, and carefully record the results. You don't discard a hypothesis after a single failure. You must gather evidence. The path of knowledge demands it. For the Omnissiah blesses the resilient mind and willingness to make sacrifices. Only once I have exhausted all possibilities and examined the full range of data will I be prepared to admit defeat.
And I, as a Nuncius, agree with you.
We have managed to reach a consensus on the root of the problem. The rest can be overlooked. He is not convinced by all my conclusions, but that is no terrible thing. He and I share a common path, but we each have our own methods of comprehending it.
You have learned something valuable, which means this experiment was not in vain.
Precisely. A man chooses what he is made of. Regrets for his past mistakes, or the experience he gained from them. Only those who choose the latter course can attain true wisdom. I wish to thank you. You helped me cope with a situation that was beyond my control, and to recognize my mistakes. And that is worth a great deal. I was considering using this implant in an experiment, but I thought it too valuable to waste on the laity. Please, accept it as a gift. My dearest colleague is incredibly flattered by the attention.
Okay, that's
Nuncius says that he will leave a channel for it. I find out.
Actually, I do want to get that implant, I guess, or augment. No, that's my... Okay, that's the wrong area. Is it also the wrong area? It didn't show me like... God damn it. Okay, let's open the map. Wait, how do I access the... Seems like it leads me back to my my office. Oh well. I don't wonder what these Oh, are these rumors, I guess? The homunculus prism. Why am I even doing this? Well, I mean, I guess I can do it now. Yeah, anyway. Let's actually get to the quest. Hmm. Question is, where is that cogitator at? Is it this one? Oh yes, okay. Enter identifier Alaria. The cogitator falls deep in thought, its cooling systems buzzing tensely. A few minutes of keeping you waiting. The wait screen blinks and it beautifully represents you as a list of several journal entries that have not been accessed for centuries. Okay, the Crimson Dance of Cain is probably about the blade. The power contained within this blade is a most mysterious one. Even Exalt 117's keen mind has failed to comprehend it fully. Nor have several Adari Xenos captured on my orders been able to tell me anything illuminating, save for the weapon's name, the Crimson Dance of Cain. I know Cain to be an all-obliterating embodiment of war itself and their abominable belief system. Fitting name for it. The 32nd Merov. Chorda is getting sloppy. He used his Calix's connections to give me Ura Drax, whom he tried to pass off as elite troops. I can only thank him for this lack of judgment. Those with nothing to lose make the most loyal servants, once they feel but modicum of their master's good graces. The lowlists come no more, they will be the sword and shield of House of Valancius, in faithful service to me and my descendants. So this is the ancestor of the Chorda, right? The dogmatic rogue trader, right? Am I thinking about the right character? Yeah, the Winter Scale was the one who was kind of heretical, right? I don't remember their names, goddammit. I don't know if we were talking about Aspis or Incendia here. Wait, there is a Chorda in Dark Heresy? Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. Ah. Yeah, I'm talking about the rogue trader, the dogmatic. Her full portrait is out. I've probably seen her portrait, I imagine. Open entry titled New Horizons. The 3 star systems in the Scenaris Maleficum that have come into my possession in my journeys shall henceforth be known as the Tier of Solar, Ignis Corona and Fortis Porta. These are new horizons that have never before known humanity's rule and whose rogue Xenos overlords obliged me greatly by having already eliminated each other. The artifacts they left behind, a legacy of sorts, are priceless. A blade I took off at a desiccated Eldari corpse on one of the Fortis Porta worlds carries immense power within it, and it is but one among a wealth of relics. Attached to the entry are astrographic coordinates. It's a dutiful thrill, the machine spirit transfers them to your data slate with utmost diligence. Yes. I think I've seen this one. Probably, maybe. I'm vaguely sure. I also I do like the Chorda in Rogue Trader more. In terms of like their portraits, you know. At least. I don't know the characters, of course. Incendia standing in front of the power watching. All right. Yeah, the beautiful giant, like what do you call, rose window, right? I think the paths are gradually degrading. This wasn't red, right? At all. Before. Okay, so we're going that way, I guess. Oh my god, what is this cutscene? Oh my, what the f- Hello, Trazin? Hi? He just... Okay, he's already here? A natural silence. Yoink. Oh, that's an Eldari rock, right? If I remember correctly? I think I talked about this with Iliad. I think this is Eldari in origin, if I remember correctly. A natural silence reigns in your chambers. The dust motes hang frozen in the air before you. The candle flames cease to flicker, and the two enforcers who came to check your quarters stand still as statues, all in stark contrast to the other silhouette, one that is utterly unlike anything else in the room. A massive, inhuman figure, forged entirely from a dark metal, stands towering in the middle of your chambers. Despite your arrival, the uninvited guest's attention seems to have been entirely captured by the trophies on the walls of your study.
Interesting. Quite interesting. The only item of note in this worthless heap. But what is the genesis? The originating cause? A definitive answer would require more thorough research. But the testimony of even a primitive creature will serve. You, where on the ship did this object come from? What do you know of its provenance?
Or you can come and get your husband. I did not expect them to just like introduce him so quickly and so like abruptly.
Which object do you mean?
This is testament to how the ancient enemies of my kind were defeated at the hands of your primitive people. Do you know how this object came to be here and why it occupies a place of such honor?
The item belonged to my predecessor. Oh, she's dead.
And the transience of life forms like yours leaves the precious knowledge being carried off into the abyss of history yet again. I can see this is a dead end for further research. Since you have proven useless for my inquiries, I am ending this pointless conversation.
No,
Farewell,
don't go!
Well, a moment later, the strange atmosphere in your chambers dissipates, and your frozen forces stir into motion once more. Exchanging bewildered looks, the pair hastily makes a sign of the Aquila and haltingly mumble words of greeting, clearly ignorant of what has just inspired in these quarters. Could have told him it was a fragment from Irid's craft world. I mean, I would if I have an option. If I had an option, you know? It is weird that that was not the option, actually. Since Tav knows this. I think one of them was going into that direction? Ah, maybe? Juliet, can we talk about this?
Elantak, I trust your journeys were fruitful.
No. Well, I guess that just happened. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Yugen? Actually, yes, maybe I should ask him. Wait a second. Yeah, I'm also not expecting. Yes, it was definitely a bit of a wishful thinking on my part. That Earlight would have something to say.
Rogue trader, what disputation will you honor?
Yeah,
Lucius
it's...
I find out.
Yes, nothing to discuss.
Lord Captain, our augurs detected a faint emergency signal. The source was traced to a crashed Valkyrie. Its walk systems are still transmitting the message. Transferring the signal now.
The stream of hissing crackles out of the Voxcaster. From time to time, an exhausted male voice breaks through the interference, reciting a series of codes.
These codes seem familiar. I think I recall what they signify.
Although the codes being transmitted are centuries out of date,
We're able to make sense of them. An Astra Militarum regiment is requesting assistance and reporting that retreat from their present position is impossible. Yeah, let's try to amplify the signal. A prayer for the dying machine spirits grants them the fortitude for one final act, and the voice becomes clearer.
Merov, Legion, the one who requisitioned us. Siberian von Valancius is dead. We have no means of confined in orbit. We have been abandoned. God Emperor, have mercy. Claim us before the war finishes us off.
Mio instead of... Yes, Mio, the Panel Legion. Made of punished, I don't know, cat boys. The Merov Panel Legion, desperate thugs rounded up from the prisons of the high world of Merov in Calixus, and commanded by brutal officer wardens. You have heard tales of these regiments. They were requisitions by Siberian, a crucial detail. It is another trace of your ancestor. Yeah, let's dispatch a squad to the shuttle. After breaching the hull with Lascar, the reconnaissance forces discover the skeleton of a lone pilot. Judging by his injuries, he died long before the crash. The extracted Vox recordings is delivered aboard your flagship, where your servants manage to store it. In it, Private Ruben Kroshevich reports that the 32nd Regiment of the Merov Panel Legion, requisitioned by Siberian, was left without a ship and supplies on GH 89717 after Rogue Trader's death. The message ends with the phrase, "Atonement for the One." What? It's perfectly adequate way to pronounce that name, I think. Baffled by the presence of an Ultra Militarum Panel Legionnaire on an ancient shuttle, your squad returns to the flagship. It is. I do like the Ruben also. Now, one thing is now clear, however: the world where Siberian drew his final breath is close at hand. What the fuck is this? We'll check this one later.
Lord Captain, we have compared our augur readings to the data from the Darganus Cogitator. This world is GH 89717, mentioned in the diary of Siberian von Valancius. In the archives, this world is flagged as of no further value. What manner of classification is that? So long as a planet retains an atmosphere and at least a scrap of resources, such a write-off is a crime against the dynasty.
Is that what really concerns you here, Abelard? And not the fact that this planet looks like a mishmash of, like, I don't know, fucking tentacles or something? I have no idea what I'm looking at.
Why? This is a very place that unfortunate soul the Shadow was trying to save. I fear that we will find nothing but a graveyard down the surface.
Ruben Koroshkovich. Yes.
We have detected a strange signals on the surface. Your Lordship requesting permission to conduct a targeted augur scan. Yes, Victus. Direct the augurs to the region where the signals were detected. Lord Captain, there are signs of human activity. The planet is inhabited. Large concentrations of people detected. Human-made structures too, albeit crude ones.
I resign my words, your lordship. This world has just risen in value and gained some interesting prospects.
Whoever they are, prepare the shuttle for landing.
By the time you reach the hangar, the shuttle has already been properly readied. A younger pilot offers you a respectful bow and makes the sign of Aquila in greeting. You proceed into the stifling passenger compartment that smells of sacred unguents and leather. The flight down to the planet proceeds as normal. Beautiful sound effects. This changes when the pilot announces atmospheric entry, beckoning your gaze toward the viewports. The shuttle glides through colossal roots and vines, which swathe the planet in a vast, quivering mantle. Spellbound, you watch the movement within the groves before the pilot reports losing Walk's contact with the flagship, and then a heavy blow strikes the hull.
Attempting an emergency landing. Hold fast, your lordship. God, Emperor, have mercy upon us.
I do not recognize this. Yeah, the budget increase was not just for the cutscenes, but also for the sound design. Extremely immersive. I actually do not recognize this. Yeah. Your skull feels like it is about to split under the pressure. A heartbeat later, the agony ebbs, leaving behind only a haunting hum. It smothers your mind, stifling all reason and hindering your ability to think. Your gaze falls on the young pilot who survived the crash and stumbled out of the wrecked shuttle after you. A wave of sickening fury suddenly swells within you. He is the one who lost control of the vessel. Oh my god, I just hit them. The fury bursts out of you in a strangled roar. You feel you are watching a stranger as you step forward the pilot and strike him across his bloodied face. The servant of the dynasty meets your eyes with such fierce spite that it seems he might actually strike you back. By willpower alone, you pull yourself together. The fury fades, sinking into the depths of your mind, leaving a lingering terror, an urge to flee, and the knowledge that such escape is impossible.
Did you have a chance to see what attacked us?
The pilot speaks through clenched teeth, fighting the urge to shout.
A movement on the port side. That's the last thing I saw, Lord Captain. Something massive like a tree trunk. It was either thrown at the shuttle or it attacked us itself, your lordship. An indigenous organism of such formidable size that it can assault imperial machinery. This world promises to be a treasure trove of discoveries. A fine observation, Nuncius.
He turns toward his silent companion, whose servo motors emit a phlegmatic buzz.
It could indeed be a specimen of either megafauna or megaflora.
Research by the Magus biologists has confirmed the existence of flora classified as Periculum machine majoris. Life forms of this category pose a serious threat to sacred transport vehicles and
armor units. There is a 96.543% probability that such a species inhabits this planet. In this observed case, the probability of more than one species of this threat category existing stands at 85.6789%.
Egan clicks his tongue in irritation, clearly displeased that his colleague was able to provide a more accurate answer. Oh, I like the dynamic between them already.
What of the shuttle? Can it be repaired?
He casts a bleak glance at the shuttle.
I'm afraid not, Lord Captain. The ship requires recovery and application of Adeptus Mechanicus repair sacraments, and those can only be done aboard a flagship. We need an evacuation. We'll contact the flagship now.
The rage on the pilot's face gives way to a look of panic as he realizes how he just has behaved in the presence of a rogue trader. With a trembling hand, he reaches for the wax augment on his head. After a moment, the man looks at you with a hollow eyes.
Lord Captain, all channels are nothing but static. I don't understand why. Everything is functioning perfectly. It's as if something is jamming the frequency. You cannot contact the flagship. According to the charts, there is a settlement nearby. Perhaps the locals have a more powerful Vox unit.
Address your retinue.
Does anyone feel anything odd? As if something is pressing on your mind. A peculiar pattern of acoustic waves. I have never encountered anything like this before.
Eogan appears utterly serene and even intrigued as he listens intently to something.
Infrasound alternating with ultrasound, and so naturally too. These frequencies are inaudible, Rogue Trader, yet they evoke a violent reaction from the deep-seated structures of the human brain. I would like to lay eyes on their source.
A strange semblance of a song, harsh and cruel to an unprotected mind. That is what I hear. For you, even perceiving its presence is likely a difficult task. For me, however, yes, for Iliad, time to flex. Iliad grimaces, and it is clear that the mysterious phenomenon is causing her genuine pain. Oh.
I thought it was a result of the impact. Like a hum or some kind of high-pitched screeching. It's a struggle to think straight, to keep from losing it. My apologies, Your Lordship.
The pilot's face is sweating and shaking with tension.
I am heading to the settlement. Perhaps the Vox signal will break through to the flagship from there. With your permission, Lord Captain, I'll remain here in case the Vox starts working on our evacuation team arrives from the flagship.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
The flora displays heightened adaptability and aggression that is rarely characteristic of its kind. I suspect external xeno-interference. Nuncius, make all the necessary preparations for collecting test samples.
What is this?
The abundance of plant life is assessed as a negative factor in the utility of the planet's surface to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Purification Litany 145, followed by 4 blessings by fire, is recommended.
The bats of these plants look menacing. That looks like a warp, right? That looks like a warp.
Not enough.
Ouch, 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 ouch.
no peace in my wake.
You will perish for this affront.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Wait, what? Where am I supposed to go?
My reckoning will be swift.
I'm a little bit confused by this. Oh, there's a goods here. You cannot access it?
They will see. Oh, yes, indeed. They all will see.
My ears are ringing.
Suffering is part of the trial.
Am I supposed to use something here?
An unworthy soul.
I think I'm collecting all the fucking traumas in the world because I'm actually just... I don't know what to do about
One
this.
step at a time amidst the madness.
What advice do you seek?
Well, this place is just...
Speak now.
Oh, I can attack it. Wait a second. Ha! Okay. Is it the first time you can destroy an environment? Obstacles. Belly blast. Like, whenever I click on the... I was clicking on the wrong button. I see. Yeah. Well... They are highlighted in red. But yeah, is it like the first time when you can like destroy terrain like this? This already feels very unfamiliar to me.
Litany of reconnaissance was sighted.
My nerves are frayed.
But what is annoying is that now I need
Your
to
senator is
heal
always
all
there.
the... I didn't do shit. I don't remember which ones actually fix the wounds.
Let's patch you up. This wound will make a fine scar.
Vital functions restored.
I don't think I have any any medkits that actually heal like the broken ribs, right? What the fuck is this? Oh, is it the Nuncius? Why he was... Okay, he's just... I don't know.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
It's very exciting. Let's fight some tentacles.
What a curious specimen.
Eargun has a unique background. As manipulous, he can accumulate special resource, known as potential energy for each action point spent. His mechadendrites channel this energy, empowering allies and punishing enemies through Eargun's special abilities and unique weapons. Eargun combines officer abilities with his unique vision's powers. God, that's a lot of text. Galvanic Field is one of Eargun's abilities that protects a selected ally from his attacks, allow that ally to be used as a ricochet point. Eargun's single target ranged attacks ricochet from the ally to a random nearby enemy and gain increased critical hit chance. To use Galvanic Field, Eargun must have at least one stack of potential energy, which is removed artifacts. Eargun's unique augment weapon, the Magna Rail Lance, allows him to perform the Magna Rail Blast attack. Eargun selects the main target and several cells within range. He strikes the main target with an energy bolt, and additional energy bolts burst from the main target towards the selected cells. Okay. Didn't have here like an ability that makes you move?
At your beck and call.
Maybe not. Okay.
What if?
Wow, that barely dealt any damage. Huh.
The machine spirits approve. Utterly impossible. A valid argument.
I will herd the prey. Bring it on. It is handled. It would be beneath me to even attempt it.
I didn't. Oh, okay, I can get to this. Tentacle, I think.
Oh, I don't think so.
I approach the designated position.
I don't kind of vaguely remember how to play.
This tedium is beneath me. I am not your
And the first thing that I kind of like about this is how they have this kind of a new type of an enemy, right? That basically serves as an environmental obstacle rather than an actual threat. It kind of like presents a different challenge for you to deal with.
I understand your intent.
Oh my fucking god. Well,
Request denied.
second miss. Well,
Just a minor setback.
what is this? Okay, just a bunch of insects. Maybe beetles even. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, well. I do need to get rid of this barricade. Wait! He has no weapon! What? Why? Oh no, he has a weapon. What? Okay, oh my god, I got scared for a moment. Beetles also. Oh! Oh, allies? Oh, I think they're allies.
A wicked thought.
Front line for this.
Schemes.
I think these guys need. Oh, I cannot. Okay. Cannot make any more zones for some reason.
grace and malice.
Oh, it disappeared. Interesting. Okay, I need
Let's
this.
see.
Okay, let me actually check. Can I put 2 rears? Will they stuck? Yeah, I can do this, but will they stuck? That's my question.
If I deal death with my hands.
Executing command.
Don't distract me. Build.
I will probably just one-shot this.
If it serves your cause. This tedium is beneath me. If it serves your cause. I understand your intent.
These enemies are pretty tanky.
My faith strengthens me.
Oh, he cannot move? Interesting.
My vow is to serve. Teleportation failed.
Another miss.
Weapon at the ready.
I've suffered worse.
Interesting that this enemy seems to be inaccessible on foot. So only my like range, I can only use range attacks against it. Huh.
My place is at the fore. Someone else can do this. Victory is imminent. Indeed. By the light of holy terror.
Follow my lead.
I've seen this before. In my exile.
Oh, and it spawns swarm on death, it seems.
Initiating spatial relocation.
I said the wall would be bigger, but okay.
It is hand. Watch. Don't distract me. With grace and manners. Behold.
If it serves your cause.
This defies reason.
I was thinking I killed Abelard.
Hear you moving.
Hello.
No more.
Stay vigilant.
I think we're mostly done here, right?
My lead.
Oh, they have flamethrowers. That makes sense.
Advancing. Running binary override.
Wait, I cannot hit it? Okay.
The Omnissiah condemns you.
This pain is just a taste of what I'm inflicting in retaliation.
Yeah, that felt like a tutorial basically, I guess. Seeming to appear out of thin air, people approach you with caution.
Every one of them is scarred and wearing some kind of uniform, and you notice that a few have crude prostheses made of bone and wood. Their eyes are fixed on you, noting your every move. A stocky blonde man steps forward, clad in a semblance of Astra Militarum armor made of tree bark. Tree bark? Tree bark. His burned, scarred face is frozen in an expression of surprise and slight bewilderment.
I never thought I have to say this, but state your rank, occupation, and reason for visiting this regiment's deployment.
Oh fuck, I didn't mean to say that. The last words sound rehearsed and unfamiliar, as if he's using them for the very first time. Yet upon hearing them, the people around you grip their weapons tighter, and the blonde man grows noticeably more confident.
What was that thing?
The drawer, obviously. Or it's gross. You want to be specific. But don't get distracted, go on.
Abelard, present me.
The Seneschal clears his throat and adjusts his uniform.
You are in the presence of his lordship rogue traitor, Tav von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coroner's expanse, and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade.
I just remembered I can make myself matcha latte. Yeah, good for you. I do have latte behind me. Beside me? Just latte. And it's very cold, unfortunately. The moment your name is spoken, a change ripples through the crowd. Some are struck with awe, others turn white as ghosts. The man in front of you makes the sign of the Aquila. Past midnight coffee drinker. Yes, matcha latte drinker. Drinker, even.
Sergeant Yanur Batoshki, 3rd Supply Platoon, to the 2nd Merov.
There is no coffee in it.
Whatever, there is the word latte in it, that's all that matters. We are pleased to welcome you to Zarkov, your lordship.
Janur stumbles slightly over these words, as if recalling their sound as he goes. Batoshki, another charming name. What is it with these bizarre English Slavic names? Yeah. I do remember there is one guard regiment that is Slavic coded, sort of. I don't remember if it's Marrow regiment.
How did the Merovians get here? Did you manage to traverse the moor?
Traverse, what? We were born here. As for the details, you'd best take up as a captain of the colony.
So a panel legion, you mean?
You see Jenner's expression darken.
That's right. The 32nd Merrow Panel Regiment.
Meow. Something brought my shuttle down. I need assistance.
I am no help to you there. You need to head to the cage. It's our camp and the biggest outpost in Zarkov. Our capital, I suppose, or whatever it is you call large settlements. Well, go ahead to report your arrival. Just follow the trail, you can't miss it. You need to meet the call. About turn to the regiment's quarter, march.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Interesting. Oh my god! The cutscenes! Oh my! Wow. Wow. Amazing.
His light, a toil unending.
What is happening? What is going on here? Wow, this is a TikTok edit is a very good way to describe it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The camera is just. The camera is just runs wild. I don't know. Did they get a new cinematic director? Oh, they got a cinematic director. what is happening here? Can we do cinematography instead of other commercials? Yeah, yeah, that's a little bit too much, I think. That's a bit of a... They like try to swing in the other, you know, direction. But they just kind of apply too much force. You know, it's just, yeah. Zagreb Ore Farming 67. Zagreb Max. Yeah, it's... I am glad that they're doing something with the cutscenes. I guess. If something positive can be said about that. Well, yeah. Fuck off to hell. Yeah, that was so weird. That felt like I was suddenly they decided to like drop a trailer on me, you know? It's like a promotional material in the middle of a game for some reason. It's just, yeah. That felt very out of place. Yeah, alright. You are surrounded by dozens of people dressed in what only vaguely resembles Astra Militarum uniform. Homespun cloth is overlaid with wooden plates, mimicking Imperial flak armor. These clothes are adorned with numerous trophies, pelts, bones, bark, and remnants of giant plants. The savages flaunt their scars and stumps, yet many are fitted with primitive prosthetics. From time to time, someone in the group bare their teeth like a beast, while others nervously grip their weapons. Search engineer.
Colonel Batoshki, permission to report.
The clip window broke on me? Januru steps forward and gives a salute to the huge man, who looks to you sternly.
The third supply platoon deployed on a mission and found survivors from the down-flying machine. The leader of the group identified himself as the rogue trader von Valancius.
I'm allowed to introduce me to these people.
Before you stands Tal von Valancius himself, conqueror of the Corona's expense, Sovereign of Darkness, Janus and multitude of other worlds. Bow your heads in awe and reverence, for neither before nor after this moment you are destined to behold anyone of greater majesty.
Oh, you did write Zagreb. The subconscious creation. Yeah. Oh my god, this guy has a portrait. That sure is a guy. And that hat. that's quite a hat. Does kind of give me the Soviet uniform vibes, but I might be wrong. I'm not the specialist.
Izdrik Batoshki,
Colonel Vatoshki scowls at you. His bright green eyes are bloodshot and a low growl escapes through his teeth. Is it appropriate to give this guy like a Russian accent? I don't know.
I am Colonel Izdrik Batoshki, 32nd Mero Penal Regiment. I welcome you to the cage, here of Siberian.
Oh my god, we have another character as a portrait. Hello. Damn, that's interesting portrait. Vetka Dunovsky. The woman standing beside him bows, her single eye fixed on you. Her voice rings out, piercing the heavy buzz of the crowd.
Have you come here to renew our oaths, your lordship? Captain Quartermaster Dunovsky.
Vatoshki snaps his head toward her, and for a moment you imagine you hear the gnashing of fangs, as if wild beast disciplines a member of its pack. The woman snaps her attention and salutes. Beast, you lost me. Take a closer look at the crowd. You notice among the guardsmen cringing in pain, as if from a headache or twitching. These people look deranged, ready to snap into violence or dance in delirious joy at any moment. What oath do you mean? The Captain Quartermaster meets the colonel's eye and steps forward.
The 32nd Mero Penal Regiment was requisitioned centuries ago by rogue trader Siberian von Valancius during an expedition to the H89717, which is now called Zarkov. The Lord Captain was lost in the routes. His retinue brought in the final order, boarded the ship and did not return. We have waited ever since. We have waited for you, your lordship.
Batorsky's intense gaze presses against your chest with almost physical force.
The first call up. Our predecessor swore an oath of loyalty to your ancestor, here of Siberian. We intend to fulfill it, one way or another.
Yes. What is this final order you speak of?
To hold the line until the arrival of the dynastic fleet. As you can see, we have succeeded.
Your regiment served Siberian. Tell me, what kind of a man was he?
The greatest.
Dunovsky declares in a voice filled with the most profound conviction.
We served your hallowed ancestor several centuries ago, Lord here. We honor him for his deeds, but no one living knows him as a person.
Interesting. Something brought down my shuttle, by the way.
Oh, that's not... I clicked on the same thing. A predatory grin cracks across the colonel's heavy features.
Some sort of huge overgrown void. That was a drawer. That wild thing has the whole cage under siege.
Where did this drawer came from? And what is it?
And what does it look like? A vicious, colossal monster. It stretches its tendrils everywhere, trying to devour us. It's been this way for us as long as I can remember.
Batorsky's cheeks flush crimson, and he falls silent for a moment, waiting for the surge of rage to pass. And he speaks again, his voice is almost calm.
We are a simple people. We need to know how to survive an encounter with a drawer, not to understand where it came from.
Something is wrong here. Your people are they sick, Colonel?
Colonel grimaces and sweeps a furious gaze over his people. Under his glare they flinch, straighten their backs and nod.
No. Not sick. Not really. We are hanging in there. We can't be broken. It is a drawer, your lordship. Its cry is inaudible, but is like a weight pressing down on your mind. It causes pain, nightmares, and drives you mad. Anger, fear, anything is possible. If you give in, you lose control of yourself. Not long ago, one of us snapped and knifed a recruit just because he dropped his rations.
Well, actually, I came here following the trail of my ancestors. Why am I speaking like a Russian here? Siberian von Valancius.
Batorsky tilts his head like a beast before a pounce. Yet his voice is surprisingly low and calm.
Down below, beneath the outpost, lies his tomb. We don't go there. We don't want to disturb the memory of your ancestor. If you desire to visit the rogue trader, you are more than welcome. But the drawer has entrenched himself right beside it, which means going there is a certain death.
I need to return to my flagship. Do you have a Vox station?
Batorsky scratches his beard in thought.
The handbook says Vox stations, as you call them, are for inter-regimental communication. My grandfather said he saw the casing of the last one on this world, but the roots swallowed it long ago. So we have no workstation here.
My personal combeard isn't working either. Normally the flagship can reach me, but now there is some kind of interference.
Our elders told us that back when we still had communications, the channels would go dead whenever drones were near. What was it they said? It puts the machine's spirit to sleep. That's it.
So that means my goal is right under the nose of this drawer. And while it is alive, I will be stuck here with no communication?
Quite right, hero of Siberian. Quite right.
The colonel thoughtfully grins his teeth while staring at you.
Why don't you drive the creature away from your settlement yourselves?
Isdrik only gives you a bitter smile.
Because we aren't fools eager for an early grave. And aren't the brother generals who drive their men to the slaughter. We endure, we survive, just as we have for centuries.
Since you're incapable of doing it yourselves, I shall be the one to finish it.
Commissar Tork, hero of Siberian. That would be a deed worthy of the true hero of Siberian von Valancius.
The Novsky ringing voice makes Batorsky, standing beside her, wince.
Did you all hear that? Von Valancius is with us now. He will slay the drow, endure the trial match with the colonel, and accept our oath. The final order shall be fulfilled, just as was promised.
What is the trial match?
A regimental tradition, your lordship. To take command, one must best the existing commander in combat. And that man is Isdrik.
Whatever, let's go this over very quickly.
Try to live down. It will put you right outside that thorny bastard's lair.
The colonel exhales heavily, the air hissing from his lungs. His green eyes, clouded by a wail of rage, break over your face before suddenly softening.
If you want to throw your life away for nothing, I won't stop you. You can leave now. But you have enough humility to take advice from a local. I'll be waiting for you at my quarters.
Captain Donavsky gives you a conspiratorial look.
Welcome to Zarkov. Welcome to the cage. Please, your lordship, I would ask for a private audience. The welcoming ceremony is over. Regiment dismissed.
Following Better's command, the soldiers seem to vanish into thin air, yet dozens of wary eyes continue to track your every move.
Primitive cults, meaningless, pointless squabbling. Oh yes, and some highly amusing attempts to cope with this world in their own pathetic monkey way. What say you, outcast?
Do you mean the way that they seem to be trying to live in harmony with their natural surroundings? Well, that is genuinely amusing and pitiful.
Ah, the arrogant cats. All right. I'll be honest. I'm not particularly interested in the whole weird plant-infested thing, but I do kind of like the representation of this I don't know, Slavic regiment. I want Trzynski. Yeah, same. I do want Trzyn first and foremost. And it seems if Siberian is dead, that would be kind of disappointing. Orikov. Maybe he is actually alive, right? We'll see, I guess. We will see. But we'll see it next time. Because it's been almost 5 hours at this point, actually. And it's almost 1 AM at my area. But yeah, so far it looks quite intriguing. Very well. Thank you everyone who stopped by. Did they drop did the episode get dropped already at this point? Mono? Oh, of course the game crashes when I exit. In 10 hours? I see, interesting. A delay. Very, very considerable delay. Very well. What is 10 hours? But a little moment in the grand scheme of things. Anyway, I'll see you on Tuesday, right? Yes. I'll see you on Tuesday. With more Rogue Trader, I think. I am definitely in the mood for Rogue Trader than Bond, actually. Even so, I'm kind of close to finishing Bond, I think. Probably. Anyway, I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you for stopping by. Bye-bye.